testimony with a witness of their own, former Cohen advisor Robert Costello. This comes after a fiery Monday on the stand. At one point, Judge Juan Rashan ordered the jury out of the room and reprimanded Costello for talking over him, rolling his eyes and making comments under his breath.
Funeral events have begun in Iran for the country's president and vice president killed in a helicopter crash this week. The State Department is calling the late Ibrahim Raisi a brutal participant in the repression of the Iranian people. Also in the Middle East, new fallout over requests for arrest warrants for Israel's prime minister and 3 Hamas leaders. Correspondent MTS Tayab reports from East Jerusalem.
The ICC's chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, making it clear that Hamas's October 7th attack and Israel's response to it allegedly breached international rules of war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, named alongside Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity, responded with fury.
What a travesty of justice. What a disgrace.
The forecast calls for a new round of severe weather to slam this nation's midsection today, with an intense line of thunderstorms pushing through Iowa and Missouri. It's expected to reach Chicago and Milwaukee tonight. Houston is still trying to recover from last week's deadly storms there.
Running cords and stuff to keep the freezer and fridge on. Hopefully we get power restored, but the trees actually fell on our power lines too. So even if they turn on the power, they're going to have to come out and hook us up.
Pope Francis spoke about climate change in last night's CBS News primetime special.
They hold a conference, everybody's in agreement, they all sign,
bye-bye.
and then bye-bye. But we have to be very clear. Global warming is alarming.
The 87-year-old pontiff weighed in during his historic interview with CBS's Norah O'Donnell. Feed your pooch pedigree pet food. Mars is voluntarily recalling 44-pound bags of grilled steak and veggie flavor dry dog food because there may be loose metal pieces in the bag. They were sold at Walmarts in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Texas. The company says there have been no reports of injury or illness. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Your radio doctor is sponsoring Diapers for Darlings, inviting you to donate disposable diapers for needy mothers. Visit yougivegoods.com. All donations go to Catholic Social Services, but be assured diapers go to moms of all faiths. What they share is the need for our help, so they could comfort their new little angels, because every life is precious. Visit yougivegoods.com and search Diapers for Darlings.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with 0-down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
I'm Greg Gutfeld.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Brett Baer, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. As the election gets closer, President Biden has one disadvantage in his Trump rematch.
Americans tend to become nostalgic about former presidents after they leave office. Even people who were under intense scrutiny, which certainly he was, especially post-January 6th.
We talked to Fox's Martha McCallum.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Nothing apparently changes for them or us, even with the death of the Butcher of Tehran. U.S. policy toward Iran won't shift, according to the Biden administration, but should it?
The Ayatollah will not stand for somebody who's a moderate, but that hasn't stopped both the Obama and the Biden administration from reaching out again and again.
And I'm Stephen Moore. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
We're now just 24 weeks from the 2024 election. But former President Trump says he is being sidelined.
I'm not allowed to have anything to do with politics because I'm sitting in a very freezing cold courtroom for the last 4 weeks. It's very unfair.
He keeps calling the criminal case against him at the New York trial a scam, denying he falsified records related to payments to keep an alleged affair quiet before the 2016 election.
What's missing? A crime. There's no crime. You know, they go through all this stuff, and there was nothing done wrong.
The former president says it's all political, blaming his legal issues on President Biden, who told black supporters at an NAACP dinner Sunday in Detroit.
You're the reason Donald Trump is the defeated former president. And you're the reason Donald Trump's going to be a loser again.
Though polls have shown that President Biden's support among black Americans has been slipping, with more considering being Trump voters this time around.
I think one of the most fascinating aspects of all of this is that no one alive has ever seen a president run against a former president.
Martha McCallum hosts her own show, weekdays on the Fox News Channel at 3 p.m. Eastern, and you can hear her on the Untold Story with Martha McCallum podcast.
You're basically choosing between someone who you've watched be president for 4 years and another person you've watched be president for 4 years. And they're both, you know, they're up there. They're in their late 70s and over 80, which is another factor that I think plays into all of this. So,
yeah, and it's interesting, Martha.
Interesting.
Which referendum are we dealing with here? A lot of times when you have an incumbent, it's a referendum on their time in office. But we have a very recent memory of a Trump administration. So which one's policies get the most scrutiny, do you think, or is it even?
Well, it's kind of a double referendum election, which is highly unusual. The other interesting thing that I think Trump potentially benefits from in an odd way is that Americans tend to become nostalgic about former presidents after they leave office. Even people who were under intense scrutiny, which certainly he was, especially post January 6th. So they start to sort of mellow a little bit in people's minds, and people say, oh, things were actually better back then. And we're seeing that in some of the polling with regard to the former president. So I think that in an odd way, that helps him. In another really odd way, these court cases seem to be helping him as well. So ever since Donald Trump came on the scene, we have watched very unusual dynamics in American politics, and that continues today.
I want to get to the legal stuff in a little bit, but back to what you were talking about with nostalgia. Certainly, it helps former President Trump to have had the inflation issues that President Biden has dealt with. That helps him saying, hey, our economy was better when I was in office. One thing that's changed that Democrats have laser focused on, abortion rights in the U.S. There was a Fox poll about that just the other day showing that abortion is their number one issue, and it was big in 2022. Do you think that that can lead Biden to victory this time around?
I think that abortion is a very important issue. There are definitely single issue voters out there who say that that's the reason that they would not vote for former President Trump and want to vote for President Biden. It's interesting when you look at the ballot initiatives, there's going to be likely a ballot initiative regarding abortion in Florida and several other states, but not, at least at this point, on any swing states. So you may see, that can be a trigger for, the rest of the way people go down the line on their ballots. If an issue like that is on, a referendum is on the ballot as well. So I don't know if it plays as strongly as it did in the midterm cycle in 2022. They're doing a lot of events around it. They're going to try to make it front and center. Whether or not that resonates with people more than the price of eggs and gas, I don't know.
Now, the Trump trial in New York is winding down. It's been going on for weeks. Yeah. In the last several days of the court, there have been more Republicans showing up, even House Speaker Mike Johnson showing up outside the court, going and watching some of the testimony and then speaking out, joining the former president, calling it, a scam and a charade and a political witch hunt and all the things that the former president's been saying all along. How has that helped his campaign, if it has, in your opinion?
I actually think it's a good move politically, especially if you believe that these prosecutions are politically driven, which a lot of people do. And now you have even, Fareed Zakaria over at CNN saying he doesn't think these charges would have been brought against anybody except Donald Trump. So it makes sense if it is a politically motivated prosecution, it makes sense to, have a political balance to that and to hold up the other side by having the presence of these people. They all say they're there to support the former president. And they think that this is a political prosecution. So I think in that sense, it makes sense.
Does it set it up easier if he's convicted that they can say, see, we told you it was all political anyway. It doesn't matter.
I think so. I think a conviction works for them in that way, if you can say that. But it also, I think, will be something that Biden will put a lot of emphasis on. He may even say that, he won't debate against a convicted felon if this debate issue starts to get really sticky. It sounds like he wants to debate right now, but we'll see how it develops as they really hunker down on these debate rules. But I don't think it helps anyone to be a convicted felon, honestly.
Now, as far as the debates are concerned, there were two of them set up, June 27, September 10. It's just Trump versus Biden, not Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the independent, who is upset. He says that they're afraid that he would win the debate, trying to lock him out and not want him to be there on the stage. He doesn't get as much attention as he wants. He keeps getting, he says, onto more ballots. Do you think he's really going to be a factor in November?
Well, I think he could be a factor. They need to get on more state ballots if they really want to push their argument to get into this debate. And it's a complicated process, and the Democrats have worked hard to keep him off a lot of these ballots, and it is an uphill battle for them in that regard. The other thing they have to meet is to be on enough ballots to potentially get to 270 electoral votes. And that's tricky. So he's in a tough spot. But I do think anybody who can get 8, 9, 10% of the vote in November is a factor for sure. And I think it's very interesting to see that he tends to pull from both sides. So, and you see Trump really pushing back on him now. He kind of was a little bit more open of Kennedy's viewpoints in the early stages, but now that he sees that Kennedy also takes from him, he's coming after him with, guns blazing.
There could be a vice presidential debate also. We don't know who the Trump running mate will be, presuming he gets the nomination, as looks like he will. These Republicans who showed up at the criminal case in New York, a lot of them seem to be on a short list. Anyone, do you think, have a lead in this? There's been talk about J.D. Vance. There's been talk about Doug Burgum or Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy. What do you think?
I think that Burgum is definitely on the short list right now. I think Tim Scott has always been on the short list. I think all of these people are likely to find some kind of home if indeed there's a second Trump administration. For the vice president, it's tricky. I think that Marco Rubio was also on that short list, but I don't see Donald Trump or Marco Rubio moving out of Florida, and that makes it a little bit more complicated. Michael Waltz also is a name that has been in that mix. Byron Donalds, all from Florida. Ironically, I said to Doug Burgum when I interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, well, one thing you definitely have going for you is that you're from North Dakota. So that helps you. Your own state.
You keep referencing that because there is some concern about a section of the Constitution that talks about how electors can't vote for a president and a vice presidential candidate from the same state, correct?
Correct. And it's not something that, honestly, that I was aware of before we got into these conversations. I think it's a little known fact because it really hasn't come up, because generally what president candidates look for is somebody who can spread their reach. So they want someone from another state.
But that clause would only affect the electors in Florida. It wouldn't affect the other states. You just can't vote for the same electors from your own state, the same candidates. So,
yeah, I guess there are ways around it. If the former president really wants one of those individuals from Florida, I'm sure they're going to get creative and try to figure out a way to do it.
Or we could have yet another Supreme Court case. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, exactly. Just what we need, right?
Now something else Martha McCallum's been doing, and it's personal. She looks back at World War II in specials that have just been posted on Fox Nation. There's the final journey of the greatest generation, with 3 episodes on everything from Pearl Harbor to the atomic bomb.
I never had an idea how terrible it could have been. We were in very, very heavy combat.
She also hosts season 3 of The Secret History of World War II.
This has been a passion of mine since several years back. I wrote a book called Unknown Valor, and it's about the story, the history of Pearl Harbor to Iwo Jima. It's based on my mother's first cousin, Harry Gray, was killed at Iwo Jima at the age of 18. And so writing his story, I ended up digging into all of these stories of people who he had mentioned in the letters that he sent home. I ended up meeting 2 of the people who were actually with him when he was killed. It was an extraordinary personal journey for me, and I learned so much. About 2 years ago, I suggested that we document the stories of some of these men because they're all getting much older now, obviously. The ones who are still with us are 95 to 101, 102, who we document in these 2 fantastic series.
When you think about from Pearl Harbor to the end of the war, you're talking to these different veterans. What stands out to you the most?
I think it's their humility and the fact that in many, many cases, they falsified their age in order to go. I asked myself, watching these men, would teenagers run to get recruited, to sign up today to fight for this country? Now, we have an amazing volunteer military, and I have deep admiration for the people who serve. But I'm just thinking about, the rest of folks, right? These regular teenagers, if we were attacked, would they run to sign up
The Final Journey of the Greatest Generation, The Secret History of World War II, Season 3, all have been posted, and you can find them on Fox Nation. And Martha McCallum is involved in all of it. Anchor, executive editor of The Story with Martha McCallum on the Fox News channel. Also, you can hear her on the Untold Story with Martha McCallum podcast. Great to talk to you, Martha. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Dave.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Guys, spring is in full swing, and it's time to add some zing to your wardrobe with Untuck It. With hundreds of exciting styles, Untuck It shirts are designed to be worn untucked, so you look your best even at your most casual. From iconic button-downs to wrinkle-resistant linen shirts, printed polos, and brushed cotton tees, there's something for everyone. But Untuck It isn't just about shirts. They also offer a wide range of pants and shorts to complete your look. Visit untuckit.com or stop by one of 80-plus stores to find the perfect fit for your spring wardrobe.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Open that window and get a breath of fresh air. This spring, PJ Fitzpatrick has great deals to replace your leaky old windows with beautifully designed, budget-friendly, energy-efficient, American-made windows. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with almost any budget. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com today.
Life is full of moments, including difficult and disruptive ones like a cancer diagnosis, which is why the groundbreaking work of Stand Up to Cancer is so vital. They bring together top minds from different fields to find new and better treatments so patients can thrive. Please join Stand Up to Cancer and Myrtle Beach to help families get back to where they belong, making new memories for years to come. Go to standuptocancer.org to see how you can join the mission.
You'd think places that make windows would be into transparency. Not so much. When you hear someone say free windows with purchase, it's confusing. Is it free or not? Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window here, where we pride ourselves on transparency. We'll give you our price up front. No gimmicks, no hassles, or hidden costs. Just a better window at an honest price. Call Keystone 267-308-2500.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Hey Philly, it's Ike Reese. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With auto pay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch, now you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today.
$180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one line on your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each My Plan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, May 21st. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. The prosecution resting its case in former President Trump's hush money trial in New York City on Monday. Now it's the defense's turn. On Monday, the former legal advisor to Michael Cohen, Robert Costello, testifying that Cohen has said numerous times the former president knew nothing of the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. The defense has indicated it'll likely rest its case later this morning, and Judge Merchan telling prosecution and defense attorneys to prepare to start closing arguments next Tuesday. That's May 28th, the day after Memorial Day. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. You're down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Ethan is in New Jersey. He wants to talk about the protesters at Drexel.
It's very easy for people to say free Palestine or from the river to the sea or whatever they're saying. Scariest thing for me is that a lot of these people don't know what they're talking about.
Ethan, we appreciate the call. Thank you very much, buddy. How about that? Well, not too often we get high school graduates 18 years old calling into the show. Yeah. I think that's another demo we're kicking ass in.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Yeah, I know.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now. If I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT. The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day to start the work week on Wall Street Monday. The Dow fell 197 points to fall back below 40,000. The Nasdaq up 109 to finish at a record 16,974 and change, its ninth record close of the year, while the S&P 500 was up 5. Earnings reports later today from Macy's, Lowe's, and AutoZone. Martin Gruenberg will leave his post as the head of the FDIC once the successor is nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Gruenberg has come under fire after a report detailed a toxic working environment at the agency. And the low-cost carrier Spirit Airlines is following rival Frontier's lead and will now be eliminating change and cancellation fees. Passengers did have to pay between $69 and $119 for ticket changes and cancellations. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The president of Iran was killed in a helicopter crash over the weekend. Ibrahim Raisi and Iran's foreign minister were among the 8 who died in Iran's East Azerbaijan province. The country's former foreign minister, Javad Zarif, blamed the crash on U.S. sanctions and the country's inability to get proper parts for aircraft.
We are not going to apologize for our sanctions regime at all. The Iranian government has used its aircraft to transport equipment to support terrorism.
U.S. State Department spokesman Matt Miller said Monday of Raisi that he brutally repressed Iranians for 4 decades.
He was involved in numerous horrific human rights abuses, including playing a key role in the extrajudicial killing of thousands of political prisoners in 1988. Some of the worst human rights abuses occurred during his tenure as president, especially the human rights abuses against the women and girls of Iran.
He said, that said, they regret any loss of life, and in a statement offered the U.S.'s official condolences, for which he was totally taken to task by the State Department press corps. One Iranian reporter told him that people in Iran are celebrating Raisi's death, so how can they square condolences with the often stated support of the Iranian people?
Our fundamental approach to Iran has not changed and will not change. We will continue to support the people of Iran to defend their human rights, their aspirations to an open, free society and democratic participation.
White House National Security Advisor John Kirby echoed the sentiment.
We don't anticipate any change in Iranian behavior, and therefore the Iranians should not expect any change in American behavior when it comes to holding them accountable.
Kirby noted that even without Raisi, Iran still supports its terrorist proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and still supports Russia's fight against Ukraine. While Iran's president does impact domestic policy, whoever's in the role, the real person in charge of Iran is the Ayatollah. Raisi was actually in consideration to be the next religious supreme leader. Biden administration officials may say they plan to continue to hold the Iranian regime accountable regardless of Raisi's death, but some disagree with how they're defining that word, accountable.
Their first thought was, is this an accident, or are we going to have a situation where it's an escalation of a war that's already going on?
California Republican Congressman Darrell Issa is a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
It now very much appears to be a 1970s aircraft with poor maintenance and very few parts that crashed because it didn't have the ability to operate in fog. That's the good news. The other good news, a truly evil person is dead. Now the bad news, there could be chaos in Iran. It is remotely possible we could end up worse off. But there's something that bothers me more, and that's what the State Department is thinking about as we speak. And that is, they reached out and they worked with Iran. They gave Iran hundreds of billions of dollars in money and relief. Only to have them be part of the masterminding of the attack on the Israelis, the arming of the Houthis to shell and drone American and other ships in the Gulf. All of these things happened. There was this policy of outreach hoping to restart the nuclear program that had gone on during Obama. So now the question is the State Department going to falsely think that this is an opportunity to re-engage once again? And that's what worries me the most, is that regardless of who comes after this president, it will be somebody selected by the supreme religious leader, and the Ayatollah will not stand for somebody who's a moderate. But that hasn't stopped both the Obama and the Biden administration from reaching out again and again, assuming that if it was just different people reaching out, that somehow an evil country that has been evil since 1979 would change.
Congressman Raisi was called, to your point, the butcher of Tehran. He was noted for being especially brutal. He was president since 2021. Over this period of time, we've seen that he was the one in charge when Mahsa Amini was killed for not wearing her hijab properly, right? And that sparked this women's protest movement in the country. The Ayatollah said that nothing will change because of Raisi's death. You kind of hinted at this, but is that true? I mean, the Ayatollah is the one in charge, but like you just said, they're not going to want to moderate. The presidency does matter.
Well, this has been the false assumption of administration after administration. They think that when a president acts like a moderate and outreaches out and goes to the UN, that somehow it changes who's in charge. It doesn't. There are plenty of dictatorships that'll have a prime minister or a president. The front man is not important. The decision maker is. And the mullahs and the religious Revolutionary Guard continues to make the decisions as to whether Iran reaches to the West or not, whether Iran continues to fund with massive oil money terrorism around the world.
I wanted to ask if there had been anything prior to this that indicated where the U.S. relationship with Iran was headed. And you kind of talked about it in your first answer about you don't want to see this administration react to this death a certain way. But we don't have direct talks with Iran anymore, right? Since we left the JCPOA, since we left the nuclear deal. And I saw a report that last year, the Ayatollah said that their top nuclear negotiator, meaning Iran's top nuclear negotiator, could meet up with our envoy, Brett McGurk, in Oman. I don't think that happened, but 5 years after no direct talks, were things shifting? Is that precisely the thing you're saying should not happen just because Raisi's dead?
Well, whether you're talking, whether you're signing something, really never has mattered. What matters is action. And during this entire period of the Biden administration, more money has flowed into Iran and more terrorist money has flowed out. More weapons have been designed and implemented. More attacks have occurred. And so, there's no question at all what the actions are. And there's no question at all that the ability to do that was fueled by a change in policy where Trump was attempting to strangle Iran every way it could. And the Biden administration very publicly, very deliberately reversed that policy and began loosening. And most importantly, and the part the world sometimes doesn't get, in theory, we have an embargo effectively on Iranian oil, other than a small amount for, quote, humanitarian. In reality, hundreds of ships flow in and out of there every month, filled with oil, flying no flag, so to speak. And clandestinely, they are shipping more oil today than they ever have in their history. And of course, at the high prices that happened in no small part because we, failed to continue our surplus, our ability to actually export oil into the world market, we're now sitting with Brent crude at, the mid 80s. And that gives them a tremendous amount of revenue compared to about $40 when the president took office.
So then what happens now? Do you think Iran doubles down, tries to push for somebody even more hardline than Raisi, and we are, and that impacts our whatever relationship we've had or have right now with them? I mean, where does this leave us?
I believe that the Iranian revolution has never changed course. They've appeared to change course, but their actions have never changed course. And and I think anyone who's an observer would tell you that. So now the question is, if they've stayed the course for half a century, what will happen now is they'll stay the course. The question isn't, will they stay the course? The question is, will we go back to a policy that retaliated for their action? After they clearly supplied not only the weapons for the attack in Gaza that killed so many Israelis, and to be honest, the death of the Palestinians is to a great extent on the hands of Iran, who has fueled the hate and fueled the weapons. And they're going to continue to do that. But will we act differently? Will we finally say, for a protracted period of time under different administrations, that Iran must be stopped? I have no faith in this administration. Biden ignored Congress and successfully shipped vast amounts of money, which turns into weapons, to Iran.
But Congressman, how complicated is stopping Iran in this environment now? Especially, we have a State Department that they believe they're picking up on, or picking up off of, or piggybacking off of what the Trump administration did with the Abraham Accords, right? Normalizing relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But Saudi Arabia and Iran now have, their relationship sort of back on track because of, I guess, China. So there are a lot of moving parts here. How difficult would it be to intervene or do anything with regard to Iran if suddenly the Middle East looks very different, if normalization is happening between Saudi Arabia and Israel, and if Saudi Arabia has some sort of role in a post-war Gaza, and now Iran's proxies in that region are dealing with Saudi forces in that region? I mean, this sounds complicated.
Well, I was with MBS, the effective ruler of of Saudi Arabia 2 days before the attack, or 2 nights before the attack, actually. And then the day before, I was with the Crown Prince, again, the de facto ruler of Bahrain. These countries are only making nice with Iran, particularly in the case of Saudi Arabia, because we showed weakness. We showed that we wouldn't have their back. And so they felt that for their own protection, they had to take find a way to reduce the chances of attacks, missile attacks, and so on their oil fields. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Saud told me that, and told Senator Joni Ernst in no uncertain terms, that this was a requirement that the change in U.S. policy had put on him, but it hadn't changed his willingness to enter into what they called in Saudi Arabia a mutual defense treaty. And the words matter. They don't call it the Abraham Accord because they're not interested one way or the other in, trade with Israel. Israel's not going to buy a lot of oil. It's not a big deal. But the fact that Israel would have their back and the U.S. would have their back against Iran does mean a lot. An attack against Saudi Arabia, if it was considered an attack against the United States, would make all the difference in the world to their willingness to stand with us until Iran changes. But that's not in the cards right now. That's not where we are. What's happened is that they cut an interim deal because they didn't want to get attacked by those same missiles that are sinking ships.
Congressman Darrell Issa, thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Guys, spring is in full swing, and it's time to add some zing to your wardrobe with Untuck It. With hundreds of exciting styles, Untuck It shirts are designed to be worn untucked, so you look your best even at your most casual. From iconic button-downs to wrinkle-resistant linen shirts, printed polos, and brushed cotton tees, there's something for everyone. But Untuck It isn't just about shirts. They also offer a wide range of pants and shorts to complete your look. Visit untuckit.com or stop by one of 80-plus stores to find the perfect fit for your spring wardrobe.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now. They're offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Testimony resumes this morning in the hush money trial of former President Donald Trump. The prosecution resting its case yesterday and defense witnesses were called. Former president says the case should be dropped.
New York State can't let this happen. Can't let this happen. There were no crimes. We did nothing wrong. And I want to get back to campaigning. I'm representing millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people.
President Biden reiterating his commitment to Israel at its war with Hamas, condemning anti-Semitism on college campuses Monday.
In America, we respect and protect fundamental rights of free speech to protest peacefully. That's America. But there's no place in any campus in America, any place in America for anti-Semitism, for hate speech that threatens violence of any kind against Jews or anyone else.
President at a White House event celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
For a few minutes on Monday night, it looked like Caitlin Clark would get her first WNBA win. It wasn't to be, as the Indiana Fever fell to 0-4 on the season with an 88-84 loss to the Connecticut Sun. Clark battled an ankle injury suffered in the second quarter to finish the night with 17 points and 5 assists, knocking down 3 of her 7 attempts from the three-point line. After a college basketball career that saw a lot of winning, Clark will be looking for her first WNBA win on Wednesday against the Seattle Storm. The early season schedule for Indiana has not been easy, as the Fever have twice faced last year's runner-up, the New York Liberty. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
To me, what's lost in the shuffle in all of this is one word: authenticity. And that's what I want our show to be known as, right? I agree with most things that are written at Outkick. What I want our audience to know is that we are about authenticity first. If I think it's stupid to try to cancel Bud Light because they made a bad marketing decision, I'm going to tell you, and we told you that over and over again. Cancel culture is cancel culture, however you want to church it up. It's all the same. I hate all of it. So I'm not going to sit here in one breath and say, boy, it's really dumb for left-wingers to try to cancel this conservative because they made this joke, while also saying, hey, everyone, boycott Bud Light because they made a bad marketing decision that we all disagree with. I disagree with the marketing decision. But if you want to drink Bud Light, drink Bud Light. That's an authentic approach, right? That is something that we're going to look at every situation and give you authenticity. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. As it looks to bring more games from outside developers to the next-generation Switch platform, Nintendo has purchased the 11-year-old Shiver Entertainment, which specializes in adapting games to work on multiple platforms. Shiver was the company that adapted Hogwarts Legacy and Mortal Kombat 1 for the current Switch console. The companies don't say how much the deal cost. The sudden closing of dozens of its restaurant locations just days before filing for bankruptcy has led to a lawsuit against Red Lobster. A new potential class action claims the chain violated employment law by laying off workers without providing the required 60 days advance written notice. The complaint seeks money damages, attorney's fees, and costs, as well as other relief. Red Lobster did not immediately respond to a request for comment. After the Dow lagged the other big averages yesterday and closed lower, stock futures are mixed so far this morning. Steve Potisk, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Order your Memorial Day cookout items from Captain Chucky's locations everywhere. Try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake, a delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick. Check stores for availability. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Some Drexel classes in person, lectures remaining virtual on the third full day of the pro-Palestinian encampment. Former federal prosecutor Robert Costello returns to the stand in Trump's hush money trial after the judge threatened to remove him yesterday. And ChatGPT halts the use of a voice after Scarlett Johansson calls it eerily similar to her own.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild, wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Kids 14 and under should lace up their sneakers for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases following the Padres-Phillies game Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Tuesday, May 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. The phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Completely stacked show today. Fired up and ready to go. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory.
Yes. Roll call. Roll call. Is everybody here?
Present.
Present.
Accounted for.
Present.
What a show we got lined up today. How great was that weather, by the way, yesterday?
It's going to be better today, right? Hotter, warmer.
Hotter.
Hotter.
Uh-oh.
If you like it hot, you're going to like today.
Forecast coming up. College commencements and free speech. That is the theme of the big take this morning. Also, Michael Cohen, the crook. I think he's absolutely cooked. An amazing story on a smoking gun when it comes to September 11th. On a story and a case with a judge that I didn't even know what was going on until I read this story last night.
Me neither.
And I'm hoping the judge does the right thing because I think the American people need to know and deserve to know.
It's the best and most underreported story, in my opinion.
It's amazing how things just go kind of unreported, unnoticed.
I know.
We can only consume so much as human beings.
Yep.
And it's out there.
Yep.
And we'll get to it. Also, a Frontier flight from hell.
Oh, boy.
Footage.
Let me guess. People acting like
fools,
animals, and idiots.
Yeah. We're going to have to break down this tape today, and we'll do so right before the cut sheet, which comes up at 7:45. Also, more DEI scams, and from paying out of the wazoo to paying with your face.
Oh, boy.
Very interesting story. Those that don't want too much surveillance and technology, get ready for this one.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
I mean, we do everything else with our face.
Yeah. We went from paying with cash to paying with cards to paying with apps on our phone to now, you know what, just scan my cheeks.
Do you do face recognition on your phone?
No.
You don't?
Yeah, I still use the old 4-digit code.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do facial recognition?
I do.
You like it?
It makes it easier.
Yeah?
It does, yeah.
Dawn, do you do facial recognition on your iPhone?
Sometimes.
How can you do it sometimes?
On my phone,
Yeah.
usually I use my passcode.
Yeah.
But I
it's
don't
set up-
authorize it for other stuff.
But it's set up for facial recognition.
It is.
Yeah.
Is anybody's passcode 1234?
A lot of really like banking websites and stuff like that don't allow you to use your face.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Interesting. By the way, are you sick?
No, why?
You sound a little nasal.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Okay.
I feel good.
All right, just checking.
Allergies. The allergies are the worst they've ever been. That's what they say.
Yeah. It's going around, as they say. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to. Well, let's get to the news first. 6:04 here on this Tuesday morning, the great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live on this very busy Tuesday, May 21st, 59 degrees. We'll tell you how hot it's going to get today. And we are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds in the news. $5,000 reward being offered as the search continues for a suspect wanted for the assault of an off-duty Philadelphia police officer. He's ID'd as 38-year-old Arthur Jones, remains at large, as they say, following the latest, that attack last week. Conveniently, they have his mugshot on file, so they've put that out there as well. The reward offering includes $2,500 from the U.S. Marshals, another $2,500 from the FOP Lodge 5, and that money will be paid upon Jones's arrest. It's a follow-up story we've been talking a lot about, but this is the fourth remaining suspect. Let's take you to Drexel University in Philadelphia. Do what it takes. That's the word from Drexel President John Fry. He said this encampment has disrupted campus life, cannot be allowed to remain in place, threatening to clear the encampment, as they call it, an encampment of well, the news media calls it a pro-Palestinian protest, but it's really anti-Israel trespassers. Arrests linked to campus demonstrations against the Israel-Hamas war, surpassing nationwide the 3,000 mark. So in Drexel, they are saying this cannot be allowed to remain in place, calling on those individuals to leave immediately, but said last night, yes, he has authorized all necessary steps to clear this encampment safely, but he did not say when this might happen.
Well, he did say, as you said, and you quoted, do whatever it takes, right?
Yep.
All right, I want this cleaned out before Memorial Day weekend. Let's go.
So, well, that sounds exactly like what the Drexel president is saying, Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
Classes at Drexel held virtually, as you know, yesterday. We talked a lot about that. Today, they're getting back to class. So most classes are back. Police kept watch over the demonstration on the school's Corman Quad. That's where these individuals have put up their tents and their camp. Many Drexel employees were told to just work from home. Speaking of which,
just stay home and fire up the old Zoomster.
Work from home, yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of which, a lot of reaction to the story that broke yesterday with Mayor Sherelle Parker issuing this mandate that by July 15th, all city workers, city employees, you must return full-time, no more Zooming it in, no more working from home. By July 15th, that's the deadline.
Wow.
All city workers, you are back.
July 15th of 2024.
4 years after the pandemic started. 4.5, actually.
4.5.
I was ready to go back to the office on July 15th of 2020. And some of these scam artists are still sitting at home in their underwear.
We have the audio. Phil, if you want to pull up cut 4, we have the announcement from Mayor Sherelle Parker. If you want to play it, this is cut 4. Phil, go.
On today, I am proud to issue this statement regarding the Parker administration's policy for all city employees to return full-time to working in the office effective July 15th, 2024. In alignment with my administration's goals of creating a more visible and accessible government, I have notified all city workers that they will be transitioning to full-time in-office work effective July 15, 2024. All city employees are to default to full-time in-office or on-site work. Employee presence at the workplace allows for more personal and productive interactions. It facilitates communication. It promotes social connections, along with collaboration, innovation, and inclusion.
Now, there's that
It
word.
also delivers on my promise of an accessible workforce that is best situated to serve the people of Philadelphia.
You know, she could have just summed it up by saying, we're paying you. Get your keister back into the office. By the way, what city employees are working virtually? I need to know what these positions,
good question.
What positions are these?
Yeah, because if you're a cop or a firefighter,
right.
I suspect you haven't been zooming it in.
No.
You don't think?
What about the sanitation workers? My
No.
garbage men, they're there every Friday morning.
These have to be like administrative people,
Yeah.
like office people.
You know, Nick, like the people making six figures.
It's just unbelievable. If it's 4 years later and you're afraid to come back into work, number one,
I know what mental illness looks like.
you're suffering from some sort of mental breakdown. And number two, bottom line is they're paying you. Go back to work. Get on the schuylkill. Get angry.
July 15th.
Gosh.
So I guess because they're all covered by unions, the unions are pushing back. So we'll see how that goes.
Uh-huh.
I got to get to this Bucks County story. Her name is Angela Borisova Urumova.
There's no
Bristol
way.
Township.
No way she's ugly, Dawn. That is the hottest name I've ever heard. Can you say that one more time for us?
Angela Borisova Urumova.
I like that.
Ooh. She is she's a beautiful brunette young lady, a nursing student. And so you may recall this story. I remember reporting it in Bucks County. It was disturbing. She said that April 16th, she was in the Redner's parking lot landing, and that this man in a pickup truck had assaulted her.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to make light of this.
Yes,
Okay,
so
sorry.
that's okay. No. No. The plot thickens.
Oh.
The detectives and the Bucks County DA's office felt there were inconsistencies in the story of Miss Urumova, of the certified nursing assistant. Obviously, was horrified. This made headlines.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, they went through this investigation, looked at, for example, the Redner's parking lot, all of the contrasted her criminal complaint to all the cameras, interviewing witness, all of it. It turns out she now admits, after this man has been in prison for 30 days, Daniel Pearson, she admits she lied. She made it up.
Okay.
She apparently says that she admits to falsely reporting this attack, targeted this man, Mr. Pearson, as her attacker. She had given a description of his truck, ID'd him because she had seen him a couple of times in the parking lot. Imagined the story and made it up.
Does she have like some weird infatuation with this guy?
Doesn't know him.
Okay.
This man does not. So imagine, I can't even imagine this.
Yeah.
That you're a gentleman, you go to a certain, different market or a different parking area to shop, and this individual sees you. I don't believe there's no allegation that they even know each other now.
Okay. Great victory for men here. See? Let the facts play out.
Victory, though, 31 days behind bars. You fingerprint an innocent person. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In Europe, I will tell you, in these cases, they don't release any information in a case like this. In other countries around the world, they would not release the name of the man until they do a preliminary, or of any attacker, such as a alleged sex assault,
right?
Until they've done the preliminary investigation.
Yeah, they probably don't want to smear the guy until it looks more than likely that he's at least somewhat, guilty of something here. Yeah.
Right.
Because you don't get those days back, and it's hard to get your reputation back. We've talked about these stories before. Yeah.
And so that's why I wanted to highlight it right off the top.
Yep.
We talked about the story. It was horrifying. This man, Mr. Pearson, and Daniel Pearson, an innocent man, completely wrong, just wrong. This is a movie.
Good chance.
Wrongly
Yeah.
accused.
Good chance he's going to come out of jail now and shoot a 65 on the golf course like Scotty Scheffler.
Very funny. So now she's under arrest. She is charged with 1 count each of false alarm to an agency of public safety, tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, 2 counts of false reports, and the list goes on and on. They are essentially throwing the book at her as she wasted these valuable law enforcement resources as well.
Yep. It's another thing people never think about, all the resources that get exasperated with taxpayer dollars and time with these agencies where they could be doing something else to prevent or investigate real crimes that occurred.
Yes, sir. The Veep Harris, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia today. She'll be speaking at the Union Convention, the Service Employees International Union Convention.
The Biden administration back in Philadelphia again, huh?
What a
Interesting.
shocker.
Interesting.
Trump's going to win. Trump's going to win New York, so take that, stalker. God.
And I know you'll talk about Trump prosecution resting.
Oh, yes.
But it's just getting interesting, isn't it?
Oh, Mr. Cohen.
Today we are warming up. There's some patchy fog burning off this morning. Concerns, especially if you're in Chester County, outlying areas. Be safe this morning. The patchy fog will clear, but turning bright, much warmer. 84 degrees. Tomorrow will feel more like mid-July when Philadelphia workers are supposed to go back to work. Mostly sunny with a bit of higher humidity. Tomorrow 88, but today 84 degrees. Spring is here now, and quite frankly feels like summer. Time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Budgetblinds.com, budgetblinds.com. Thank you for sponsoring First Morning Edition, Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14, we will get to lots of Donald Trump and that trial, day number 19 in the books yesterday. But first, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Wawa, college campuses, commencement speeches, and the School of Rot. I'm a public school kid and a state-funded college graduate. I went to Easton Area High School, Northampton Community College, and then transferred to Temple University, where I graduated 18 years ago. And I enjoyed my time in public schools. However, in today's educational climate, things have shifted dramatically. I have twin daughters in Nashville, Tennessee. Their elementary school hasn't turned into a TikTok diatribe of pronouns, protests, and pandering to fringe ideologies. But that could change next fall when they enroll in public school in 5th grade here in Montgomery County. My wife and I have not ruled out private school, probably closer to high school, Catholic school, or a charter school either. And when they go to college, if that's what they want to pursue, I'll help them any way I can. Although I would prefer that maybe they go to college back in the Southeast where we've spent some years of our lives. Would love to see my daughters go to Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, or Florida. But if they choose an Ivy League school, if they are high enough with their grades, or a Northeast university, or maybe something on the West Coast, much to my chagrin, I'll support that. And if you want to know what makes Democrats so diabolical and why they have such an advantage over Republicans, one of the reasons is this. They are getting to the youth of today sooner than conservatives are. And why do they do this in schools? Because young people are impressionable. Yesterday on the cut sheet, we played you Joe Biden's commencement speech at Morehouse, an HBCU in the Atlanta, Georgia area. We also played for you Dr. Anthony Fauci's commencement speech at Columbia. But did you notice the difference in the media coverage for what Joe Biden said at an HBCU or what Fauci said at an Ivy League institution compared to late last week when Harrison Butker gave his speech at a Catholic school? Of course you did. You know the media slant, you know the spin, and how they put these things on the lamestream media and the way they slant the coverage. As did Miranda Devine, the fine columnist at the New York Post. And I said yesterday in passing on the show, who would you rather have speak at your commencement speech? Joe Biden saying white people are racist? Dr. Fauci saying that we live in a world of medical disinformation? Or Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker saying a wife and mother's greatest joys could very well come at home raising a family? I swear people are listening to this show all over the country, and maybe even New York Post columnist Miranda Devine listens as well, as she wrote a great column with the headline reading, Biden, Fauci, and Butker each deliver starkly different speeches, and the best message gets vilified. And she's exactly right. Harrison Butker shares his conservative beliefs at a Catholic commencement speech with young adults, and he should lose his job No, in fact, not only should he lose his job, he should be replaced by a female kicker. One person sick of the woke outrage is HBO's Bill Maher, who had this to say on Real Time Friday night. Listen and watch this.
He said, some of you, talking to the women here, some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world. Okay, that seems fairly, modern. But I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I don't see what the big crime is. I really don't. And I think this is part of the problem people have with the left, is that lots of people in this country are like this. Like he's saying, some of you may go on to lead successful careers, but a lot of you are excited about this other way that everybody used to be. And now can't that just be a choice too? And I feel like they feel very put upon, like there's only one way to be a good person, and that's to get an advanced degree from one of those asshole factories like Harvard.
You know, most common sense Americans have zero issue with what Harrison Butker had to say. But let me let you in on a little secret, just my own personal belief. I think a lot of left-wing media members live far more right or conservative in their private lives than they portray in their on-air personas and their characters. Translation, they are the biggest frauds going. But here's another triggering comment for you. This also courtesy of Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker, who said he was prepared to walk away from the NFL over the vaccine mandate. Listen and watch this.
I think the only tough thing was for a lot of players, they felt like they didn't have a choice. It was almost like you have to do these things. You got to follow these protocols or else you're not going to have a job and you're going to get cut. But, for me, I just felt in my situation, I talked to my wife and I was fully okay with stepping away from football. It was like, I'm going to stick to my principles.
Wow.
I'm not going to compromise. And if this is my last season, then so be it. And I think in some ways I was an example for a lot of the guys, like, wow, maybe I should have stood up a little bit more. Maybe in the future when there's something that's going to come down where I feel like my freedom's getting taken away and I feel like I don't have a voice, well, I can stick up and stand up for what I believe in, because at the end of the day, football isn't my life. It's my job. I love it. I love kicking. I love the Chiefs. I love playing, but I'm a child of God and I'm a husband and father, and that comes before playing football. So if I'm ever doing something that I think goes against those first two things, as being a child of God and as being a husband and father, then, I'm prepared to step away and look for another means to provide for the family.
Oh my, speaking on behalf of most women and then defending his right to his body, his choice. The gumption of this guy. Cancel him immediately. That audio from our friends at Grabian as Butker joined the Breakaway podcast with John Root. Also, the average American who doesn't do their research probably found nothing wrong with Dr. Fauci and with what he had to say at Columbia University's commencement speech. Heck, most people probably had zero idea he even delivered the commencement speech. But as you know, if you listen to this show, we gave you the NIH story last week about the three-letter agency from hell finally admitting, after years of denial, that they were in on the gain-of-function research disaster during the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, Joe Biden, he continues to pander for votes by selling the big fear of the white man, the boogeyman, to many minorities in America. So it must be election season. Miranda Devine of the New York Post writes the following. The graduating class of 2024 has been treated to 3 very different commencement speeches in recent days, but only one was not self-serving, dishonest, and destructive. And you can guess which one made the left flip out. As part of his nationwide pandering tour to win back dwindling black support, Joe Biden went to the prestigious black all-male Morehouse College in Atlanta on Sunday and told the students that they are victims of racism and white supremacy. He told these aspiring leaders that American democracy has failed them. Quote, "What is democracy if black men are being killed in the street, when a trail of broken promises still leaves black communities behind? If you have to be 10 times better than anyone else to get a fair shot," he asked. We showed you Morehouse students yesterday on the cut sheet turning their back on when Joe gave that dated speech of yesteryear. And more black voters are turning their backs on Democrats. But in my opinion, there are still far too many who buy Democrats' nonsense and will buy Biden's BS. But don't worry, I have the facts to debunk Biden. Debunking Biden is the easiest thing to do. Here are the stats in 2024 of interracial killings, courtesy of a database that collects crime stats. You can check it out for yourself right now. It's national-conservative.com/interracial-homicides. Did you know that the 2024 interracial homicide chart shows us that 60% of the time the victim is white? 17% of the time the victim is either American Indian, Middle Eastern, Latino, or Pacific Islander. And only 16% of the time, the victim is black. Those are the victim stats. Here are the suspect stats. 61% of the time, the suspect is black. 23% of the time, the suspect is Latino or Middle Eastern. And 11% of the time, the suspect is white. If facts offend you, I can't help you. But it's graduation season. There will be tons of commencement speeches coming up over the next 2 to 4 weeks. And the speakers will be from all walks of life with all sorts of diverse backgrounds. But we all know one thing. Only certain beliefs and backgrounds are allowed to voice their views publicly, even if in a private setting, not in the workplace, like Harrison Butker. And that's a big reason why these schools have become a-hole factories, as Bill Maher said. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
It's brought to you by Wawa. Wawa has pizza. It's made fresh, and it tastes great. I can tell you firsthand. And now the price is great, too. Get the pizza you crave starting at $7.99 after 4 p.m. Got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. The phone number. You can get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. You can also get us in the YouTube chat. Just go to Kayal and Company's comment community, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get some thoughts and reaction to these commencement speeches on the other side. And also the day that was for Michael Cohen, the crook who is officially cooked, at least in my eyes. Back after this here on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're down to the final 4 teams. It starts tonight. Indiana Pacers at Boston Celtics. Taking the Boston Celtics -10. Dallas Mavericks at the Minnesota Timberwolves. Taking the Mavericks +4. It's not too late, though, to get in on all the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky. Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have this certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, 6:31. Welcome back in. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Kayal and Company as we get going here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you climb aboard. You can get us on social media, the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Warm one yesterday. Will be hotter today. Not sure that it gets any hotter than what happened on trial day number 19 in that courtroom yesterday in New York City, which is really weird because, you know, the air conditioning is going full throttle in that courtroom, and Donald Trump has already told you.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
Yeah, he's freezing his keister off, but man, did it get contentious yesterday. So all sorts of recaps to give you. We're also going to give you a piece of audio from Andy McCarthy of Fox News, and I think it's officially over for Michael Cohen. If that man had a shred of credibility after what transpired late last week in Thursday and Friday's testimony, whatever ounces, of the dignity that man might have had left, it got exposed yesterday as Cohen admits that he stole from the Trump organization. This is from The Blaze. Michael Cohen, because as we know, we can't really see what's going on in there. You get some sketches, but for the most part, it's just a handful of reporters kind of chronicling and documenting this, almost like a live blog. But Michael Cohen, Donald Trump's former attorney, admitted while on the stand yesterday that he stole tens of thousands of dollars from the Trump organization, according to live reporting from the courthouse. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, confronted Cohen about his claim that he was shorted $100,000 on his yearly bonus from the Trump organization in 2017. Here are some of the quotes. So, the $50,000 that you got back from Red Finch, you only paid the Red Finch owner $20,000, right? That was Blanche asking Cohen. Cohen responded, quote, "Yes, sir." Cohen acknowledged that he withdrew the cash over a couple of days because he didn't want to take out the $20,000. Cohen added, quote, "I don't recall if it was exactly $20,000. Blanche goes on to say, "So you stole from the Trump organization?" Cohen replied, "Yes, sir." And then following that, Blanche continued by saying, "You didn't just steal the $30,000 because it was grossed up. It was $60,000. To which Cohen again responded saying, "Yes, sir." Cohen received a total of $420,000 from Trump in 2017. And according to Cohen, he was paid $130,000 for the settlement payment he made to porn actress Stormy Daniels, $50,000 for technology services to Red Finch, 180 G's for estimated taxes, and a $60,000 bonus. However, Cohen admitted that he only paid Red Finch $20,000 and pocketed the rest. Despite allegedly admitting to the theft to the district's attorney's office, he did not end up facing any charges. And here's the damning thing of all. This is just goes to show you what a greedy pig this guy is. And this is not, it's like he's supposed to be a smart guy, right? He was a high big shot profile attorney. He says, quote, "I was angered because of the reduction in the bonus. And so I just felt it was almost like self-help. And again, $130,000 to have my bonus cut by 2/3 was very upsetting, to say the least." Dawn, this is like me being angry that eggs are 50 cents more a carton, and I go into the grocery store and I steal the eggs and I say, well, it's not fair that inflation is so high, so I'm just going to take what I normally would get for the same price, and I'm going to act like it's okay, and I shouldn't be charged here. And, of course, statute of limitations have expired, which really shouldn't matter in this case because the statute of limitations expired for district attorneys to go after Trump, federal prosecutors, the same thing. But this guy's a total skunk. He's got zero credibility left. Zero.
Well, the fun one to watch yesterday was, and I know you're a big fan of Jonathan Turley.
I love that guy.
And at 1:20 yesterday, one of his the tweets, unfortunately, I didn't see it during the Dawn show, like during the 10 a.m. hour, because he was in the court and I guess he was running out. But he wrote, "I am out of the courtroom. It was quite a morning to have someone admit to stealing money from his client, then confirm he wants to run for Congress. It'll be a novel campaign. People usually wait to get into Congress before they commit major felonies." I think that we finally found the crime. I mean, that's what I heard. Yeah. I think Turley said it. Others said it yesterday. Hey, we finally found the crime. This isn't it grand larceny? It's a felony.
Yes, when I think it's a second-degree Class C felony. Anytime you steal above, I forget what the threshold is. It might be, I forget what the thousands of dollars is. But yeah,
this is way above that.
This is a far bigger crime than falsifying business records.
CNN's Ellie Honig said this yesterday beautiful. On CNN. This is cut 17, Phil, if you want to pull it up, where Honig basically said Cohen stealing from Trump is more serious of a crime than falsifying business records. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
The way this was raised and addressed on direct is what Julia Louis-Dreyfus would call yada, yada, yada. I mean, here's what Michael Cohen said.
I think that was George Costanza.
No.
Was it?
It was Elaine.
It was Elaine.
Really?
Yeah.
It was Elaine.
Okay.
Yada, yada,
Let's
yada.
debate it longer. I like this.
But here's the direct testimony, the way Michael Cohen explained what happened.
It's actually a girl that Costanza was dating. But okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Michael Cohen explained this whole thing, quote, "That's what was owed, and I didn't feel Mr. Trump deserved the difference." That's a lot different than I stole $60,000 from my boss on the transaction at the heart of this case. And by the way, the fact that he was never charged with larceny is important because stealing $60,000 through fraud which would be larceny in New York State, is more serious of a crime than falsifying business records.
This is one of those.
So there you go. Now, Michael Cohen, I've got some stats and some data here from this is the New York Post. Cohen could have faced up to 15 years in prison if he was charged and convicted of stealing from his former longtime boss, Donald Trump. It is a second-degree felony. It's a Class C felony for stealing an amount north of $50,000. But the 5-year statute of limitations for grand larceny has since expired. So this is just one of these things where, I think we gave you the clip yesterday where I forget who it was. It might have been Ellie Honig that said that Cohen basically had one leg chopped out underneath him last week, and now I think the other leg was chopped out yesterday. His head was severed. He's just a torso right now, right? Like there's no reason to put Trump on the stand. If you're the defense, you pretty much rest your case. And I think right now, and I said this on the show yesterday, I think this is going to lead to one of two things. You're either going to get a hung jury at a bare minimum, which I think is probably, if I had to bet, guilty, hung jury, or not guilty / acquitted, I would say hung jury is probably the most likely. But after yesterday, I think acquittal is far more into the equation than yesterday.
100%.
And I think you guys are wrong.
But even if it's not, they have. We've talked a lot about that Ninth Circuit Appeals Court because think about Alvin. By the way, think about the prosecution, Alvin Bragg. So in this kind of a case, because it went to a grand jury, because I feel like we are getting to be experts on these things, unfortunately, but because it went to a grand jury, they have the obligation to reveal this little factoid. So if they knew this piece, and it sounds, by all accounts, Michael Cohen admitted this, so they knew that he stole from the Trump organization. They withheld it, not only from the defense initially, but as well, and most importantly, they withheld it initially going to charge Trump and take him to court. So this is in play now that Alvin Bragg is in trouble. He's in the hot seat. Mm-hmm. The judge looks bad. Alvin Bragg looks bad. And this is misconduct. That's the level of this thing. So to me, this is a slam dunk. They have, I think I've counted 6 different ways. It's like that old song, how many ways to leave your lover? How many ways, to get the appeal in the Ninth Circuit? Michael Opelka could make that much prettier.
See, that's the difference between you and I, Dawn. I would have said, how many licks does it take you to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? But that's the difference in you and I. So I've got this breakdown here as well on whether or not you're going to see the acquittal versus the hung jury. But I do want to play you this clip. And then we also have some quotes here from Zach Smith. He's the Heritage Foundation Senior Legal Fellow. But I want to play Andy McCarthy first. This is Andy McCarthy of Fox News yesterday, late in the afternoon, around 4 o'clock. He was out on the sidewalk of the courthouse being interviewed on television. Take a listen and watch this. Greg, this is K2.
Speechwriter to President George W. Bush. He's also a Fox News contributor. I have 2 questions for you, one on the case and one on politics. The first one is about Michael Cohen and his credibility and what the jury has heard and seen. And one of the things was today, on cross-examination, he was asked about taking $60,000 from the Trump organization for work he did not do. And then you also believe he isn't a fixer, he's a grifter. And how do you think the jury takes that?
Well, I mean, he's a serial perjurer who's lied at probably every place that you can lie, he's lied. And when he was caught in a lie on the stand, he's with this 96-second phone call where he claimed it was about the hush money payment, and it's been proven that he was talking about a 14-year-old who was stalking him. He said, "Well, I believe I was telling." He said it was both. That he was in 96 seconds. He discussed both of them. He says, "I believe I was telling the truth." I believe I was telling the truth. If you're telling the truth, you say, "I was telling the truth." You don't say, "I believe I was telling the truth." So his credibility is trashed. But I want to bring up one other legal issue that I think is really interesting, and I'd love to, if Andy McCarthy or some of the other folks on your panel have a thought on this. The Biden administration right now is suing the state of Texas, saying that it is unconstitutional for the state of Texas to enforce federal immigration law. And the left is outraged by what Texas is doing. if it's unconstitutional for Texas to enforce federal immigration law, how is it constitutional for New York to enforce federal election law? These things are not consistent. Bragg has no authority to enforce federal election law, and if there's no federal crime, then it's just a misdemeanor. And as Andy just pointed out, it would be thrown out because the statute of limitations is over.
Pretty good. Andy McCarthy, if you are listening to that, would you like to take that one on?
Yeah, I think Mark makes a great point. I've called this in the trial the dog that doesn't bark, because if this was any other prosecutor in America, state prosecutor, municipal prosecutor, and the defendant wasn't Trump, the Biden Justice Department would be papering the state courthouse and the federal courthouse with all kinds of motions to stop the prosecution from doing that, because in federal law, the Federal Election Commission and the Justice Department are given by Congress exclusive enforcement jurisdiction over federal campaign law. So when Trump says this is all Biden, it's not as easy to see in this case what the connection is, but the Biden Justice Department is very passive here, and I assure you that under any other circumstances, if it was any other defendant, we'd be hearing a lot from them.
Okay, I'm going to get...
So, we always hear about third world countries. This is kangaroo court. I think there's a little bit further of that clip where McCarthy goes on to say this is the type of stuff that happens in Pakistan or in Georgia, not the state of Georgia, the country of Georgia. So you got a couple of things here. Blanche, two quotes that I want to give you. Quote, Blanche did a good job of demonstrating that, quote, not only is Cohen a liar and a thief, but he's motivated by money in everything he does. Also, quote, in one way, Cohen is trying to take Trump's money, but in another, he's trying to take his freedom. And then I want to give you Heritage Foundation's senior legal fellow, Zach Smith, said this, quote, I think after last week's cross-examination, Michael Cohen's credibility as a witness had already pretty much been eviscerated. If there were any lingering doubts in the minds of any jurors, I suspect today's testimony was even more damaging. But it makes you wonder two things. One, did the prosecution not know about this before they put Cohen on the stand? And then secondly, he finds that doubtful. But if they didn't, that's its own issue. This is written poorly. But if they knew about this and chose to put Cohen on the stand regardless, that in some ways is even more shocking. One thing you learn right away is, like a lawyer, like you never put somebody on a stand that you don't know what they're going to say. Never ask a question that you don't have the answer to. Mm-hmm. So it just goes to show you what kind of a haphazard prosecutorial disaster this is, where when you allow your feelings and your emotions and a vendetta to override your basic legal training, you end up looking like a fool up there. And I think a lot of these people are looking clueless right now, from Alvin Bragg to Mershon, who we'll get to in a little bit, who decided to clear out the courtroom yesterday.
What happened yesterday, and then looking at the New York Times today and how they're reporting all of this, by the way, because the New York Times knows, well, this jury might take a peek or walk by, an old school paper stand or whatever. It just, to me, yesterday is a microcosm for what's happening to Republicans, to conservatives, and to Trump. This emboldens Trump's campaign. And it's so bad. This is so horrible for the country.
The only question is, does the small sliver of undecided people out there see what you're saying and hear what you're saying? And does that sway them to say, you know what, maybe he is being persecuted? Because there's only a small little sliver out there of people, 2-3% of American voters probably, and I'm just spitballing, I'm just guessing. I think pretty much 95+% of Americans that are going to vote have already made up their mind. That small percentage, do they see what you're seeing? Do they hear what Andy McCarthy is saying? Like, the Biden administration could get involved in, if this was anybody other than his top political rival, they would be like, what are we doing here, right?
Well, that leads us to two things. I think Afghanistan, we don't discuss Afghanistan, and I'm talking obviously about Biden's disastrous withdrawal plan from Afghanistan. I had read at some point the stats on truly independent voters, and there aren't many of them, to your point, who after Afghanistan said never Biden, just never Biden. Mm-hmm. So that was a critical point, and we'll be talking about it more in August, and that'll be leading into the fall, just as a reminder, because now look at what's going on in Afghanistan. So I think there's that coupled with everything else. But I think to answer your question, to think about what's happening right now and to look at the disaster, I just wonder every day more what we've talked about and what Greg brings up. And USA Today yesterday talking about, hey, Biden, there was this right cover of USA Today op-ed saying Biden has all summer because their convention's not until late August.
Yep.
He could, for health reasons, family reasons, step down. Their number one choice to step in, Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania.
Oh, boy.
And think about that scenario. And I know that you're going, Dawn, you're losing your mind, but it was USA Today. Greg has been saying that for, I don't even know. I have to keep better track of this stuff because I thought, oh my God.
Yeah.
Then everything goes away, all the baggage, and you have this new young guy who the mainstream media would love because they're liberal. But think about in Pennsylvania, what does he poll at? Even Republicans in PA, I think 42, 45% like him, 57, 60% approval. Would the Democrats, who are always thinking ahead, would they just pivot and boom, put somebody like that in that could go, ha, I'm the new guy, I'm baggage free.
Would be amazing to see him leapfrog Gavin Newsom, everybody's presumptive replacement that's been laying in the weeds, right?
Yeah, and then they'd have an open convention. I know Kamala would have a fit. I don't know. I started like Greg Stockers, the stuff he says is living rent free in my head, as you say. But
did I say Josh Shapiro was going to jump in?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you threw that out a while ago. Yeah, when he was the shiny new object.
At the time, I was like, oh, you know what I mean? But now I'm like, oh my gosh.
I think Americans would reject Gavin Newsom, which is to your point, which is why maybe Shapiro would leapfrog all of them.
I don't think, getting back to the Cohen thing, there was, they found blood. OJ's blood at the murder scene, and he was still found not guilty. So
you think these jurors just can't view it objectively?
We're not in the courtroom, guys. I know, like, media's like, well, that's it. This is done. This is over. He's a liar. We're not in the courtroom.
But
we have no idea what these jurors are thinking.
So just for clarification, you're thinking this is more of a tainted jury or a jury that can't just look at the facts and the rule of law, or you think they're proving the case?
We're going by secondhand information from people who may be in the courtroom and then pundits who are reacting to it. That's what we're not in the courtroom. We have no idea how this landed in the court. We have no idea.
But it's unanimous. We're not getting mixed messages from legal scholars. They are all saying almost in uniformity the same thing, whether it's CNN or Fox, whether it's Turley or Honig. They've all pretty much echoed the same recap and reaction.
Again, I understand Michael Cohen is not a credible witness, and yes, go to 52. I am not saying Michael Cohen is a credible witness, because obviously he's not. He's built his whole career on being a lying scumbag. Mm-hmm. But guys, Trump hired him.
Right. Well, Trump's got a problem with hiring, I think, people that are just not great. By the way,
how many times can you say that?
Somebody told me off the record that Todd Blanche is a tremendous attorney.
Oh my God!
And I don't want Dawn. This is not. I hope you don't view this as sexist, but I was told off the record by two lawyers, Blanche is a bulldog, a great hire, and Elena Haba isn't worth the suit she walks in.
No, I think these attorneys, if you talk about Trump hiring, this team is fantastic and has done well by him. Their closing arguments, to Greg's point, the closing arguments have to be clutch, because if they put this together and present it as such, you think about these so-called star witnesses and, excuse my, I don't know how to describe, the whore on the stand. and that I'm not even getting that. That's Michael Cohen. I mean, what a horrible star. That's their star. I know I did that on purpose. You thought it was the other person who's a pole dancer who looks like the saint compared to this one.
Well, neither one of them have credibility.
My gosh.
But it's also, but you're right. It's more than just the credibility of these two. We also have to look at, has the prosecution, forget the witnesses, from a letter of the law, have they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump committed the crimes that he's been charged with? And where's that second crime at? They still haven't even introduced that. So
no, and the fact that they would allow, think about it, the pole dancer and a person who who sold her body in adult films for, sex and this and that, Michael Cohen, but they would not allow a witness who worked for the federal government and is an expert on all of these matters as far as campaign laws, that the judge wouldn't allow that individual as a defense witness. So I just think overall this whole thing, certainly, that's why I say at least 5-6 ways that this will definitely go to the Ninth Circuit. It will definitely be appealed. But then to what Greg said earlier, and I hate to even admit this, when I looked at the New York Times, I thought, I always want to look at them like, all right, how are they going to... First of all, their headline, they're talking about, the good news is about the opioid crisis. And they go into this whole thing, which is it's a great topic. But then they do everything to when they talk about Trump on trial, one of their second points is they say the prosecution rested. Then they go to prosecutors found a photo of Trump with his bodyguard from October of 2016 taken after Cohen said he called the bodyguard to discuss the payment to Stormy Daniels. I'm looking at it like, what are you talking about? How is that a headline? But they're saying the defense had challenged Cohen's account of blah, blah, blah. To me, to put that up high, like, shame on you. But they're doing that on purpose. They bury in the middle the hot stuff that's what we're talking about, which was shocking, quite frankly, that your star witness admits he essentially was like embezzling, stealing from the company and pocketing all this money. And one of their final lines in there, as I look at their newsletter, is a verdict could come next week answering the question of whether Trump will campaign for president as a convicted felon. Emphasize convicted felon, which of course is what Biden has wanted all along. So he could say, yeah, not for nothing, I said I would debate, but not against a convicted felon.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll continue this after the news in hour number 2. And also, we'll put a bow on this conversation from the standpoint of the judge, Juan Merchan, and what this sideshow circus they pulled late in the day yesterday as they cleared out the courtroom with Mr. Costello. That's coming up next. It's Kayal and Company, hour 2 on the way. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I do believe in magic. Well, kitchen magic. Tired of your old kitchen or your bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity, maybe a tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers industry-leading warranties. That's important, too. They stand behind their work. And they are a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, they're a local workplace. That's important to me, too. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. So do this. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. You're going to love it, and you're going to thank me. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
When it comes to getting your pool ready for Memorial Day weekend, you want to get the job done right the first time. At Leslie's, we believe in providing the highest quality products, all in stock and at a great price. And with our price match promise, you can shop with confidence. When it comes to your pool, you shouldn't have to choose between quality and price. Come into any location for a free AccuBlue 10-point water test and customized treatment plan. Get ready for all your pool fun with Leslie's. Dive in and get started now. Shop online at lesliespool.com or at one of our 1,000 locations. Leslie's, we know pools.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I pulled into Nazareth, was feeling about half past dead. I just need some place where I can lay my head.
I've pulled into Nazareth as well. Nazareth, Pennsylvania, in the Lehigh Valley. Welcome back in. Kayal Company, hour number 2. Peter McKee and Highlight Electric, Clifton Heights, PA, commandeering the playlist all week long.
You know what they're talking about there, right? Martin Guitar.
Oh, the Lehigh Valley Guitar Shop.
Yeah, Nazareth.
Yeah. They had one in, didn't they have one in Bethlehem as well? I think they had
sure.
multiple locations back in the day.
No.
You ever go there?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Nice work out of Peter McKee. Woo-hoo. Big donation. Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon 2 months ago. Cough up the cash. Stalker will give up control.
Absolutely.
That's the way it works, folks.
All to a good cause.
Management can be bought off. There's no doubt. In many ways. 855-839-1210 as we continue. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We'll wrap up our Cohen-Trump testimony in just a few minutes. Also, a smoking gun that could drop at any moment in some of the details pertaining to September 11th, 2001, a day that I think every single one of us listening will never forget where they were at that moment in time. I want to say it was like 8:46 in the morning. We'll get to that coming up. And also footage of the Frontier Airlines flight from hell right before we get to the cut sheet this morning. Telling you, when you fly Frontier or you fly Spirit or you fly Allegiant, you get the best people in humanity. As somebody that frequents those three airlines, I can attest to it firsthand. I haven't seen those type of debacles, but I've seen some stuff that you might not get on United or Delta. Just saying. All right, but let's get to the news. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This is Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations on this Tuesday morning, May 21st. We are heating up to 84 degrees today with some patchy fog this morning, depending on where you are. So be safe as you make your way in. As U.S. Marshals say they are now offering, they and the FOP working together to offer a $5,000 reward as they search for a suspect, the fourth suspect wanted for the assault of an off-duty police officer, the suspect remaining at large following the attack last week, 38-year-old Arthur Jones. And as I say, U.S. Marshals, FOP, splitting that $5,000 cash reward will be paid upon Jones's arrest, according to the U.S. Marshals, considered armed and dangerous, asking the public for help on this one. We've talked a lot about UPenn. Yesterday was their graduation at the Ivy League school here and went off pretty much without a hitch. But as far as Drexel University, just updating that situation, as we're told, the authorities are threatening, today's the day, this encampment here, these anti-Israel protesters, this so-called encampment, these trespassers, they are trespassing on private property, according to the authorities. Drexel President John Fry putting out the most powerful statement last night that this cannot be allowed to remain in place, calling on those individuals to leave immediately this last night, that he had authorized all necessary steps to clear the encampment safely. So they're not saying when that may happen, but we will see. If I suspect today, as classes, they're trying to get back to normal, get classes going again today.
Yeah, when you mentioned this story in the first round of the news, I said, let's get this cleared out before Memorial Day weekend. But I was just thinking about this. You've got another 72 hours, and how many total protesters are there? Under 100. This thing could be cleared out by lunchtime today. I'm not even going to give them 3.5 days. Let's just wash it out right now. Let's just totally sanitize the whole situation and make it look like this thing never even existed.
Well, I think that you echo what the Drexel University officials are saying. Enough.
Yeah.
Enough.
Right.
And they did come out and say as well, this is not just about a protest. They did say that, in fact, these individuals, according to officials, law enforcement, their police, that there are shouts at anti-Semitic shouts and threats from some of these individuals. It has gotten ugly, and that they're Jewish students or students who may appear to be Jewish are being threatened.
Okay. Wow.
So it's done.
All right.
So
Good.
I think we're going to see action today. We're watching for that one as well. Just some headlines this morning as we think about what's going on in the elections, because and the Philadelphia Inquirer is featuring this as, by the way, Krasner was on the Drexel campus yesterday. I meant to, just headline that one.
Well, then everything's all good. We're under control.
Here we go.
Larry's got everything handled.
The Philadelphia Inquirer headlining these mail-in ballots and pointing out that Pennsylvanians are still filling out the ballots incorrectly, but that nearly 16,000 mail-in ballots were rejected in Pennsylvania last April, and they're pointing out it could be a larger number in November, that this is an issue, and that voting rights organizations are calling on all the counties to help, quote-unquote, fix the errors.
Okay.
So they're pointing to mail-in ballots, I'm just saying, 16,000 that were thrown out. And this is all this litigation is still pending.
Yes.
But thus far, and I know we've talked a lot about it, but I just want to put that on everybody's radar.
Two things on that. Number one, we've given you the date. Early voting starts in Pennsylvania September 16th. So, Republicans, please take advantage of it. Don't start out November 5th in a massive hole. But secondly, I have never used a mail-in ballot. I have voted three times, plus midterms in 2022. I've always voted in person. What is so confusing about a mail-in ballot? Is there any way, Anthony or Phil, can we pull up what a Pennsylvania mail-in ballot looks like and print it? I want to see what's so confusing about it that Pennsylvanians can't figure out how to properly fill out the form. I would love to just go through it and see what exactly might be something that could trip you up, so to speak. It sounds really remarkable that adults in this state can't figure out how to fill something out.
Some arrived late.
Okay.
Some were rejected because of issues. You have to put a date. You have to put your signature.
Okay. Is there a spot where you write the date?
Yes.
Like, does it say date with a
Date.
line? Okay. That should be
Where it
pretty much
says
common
date.
sense. Okay. My daughters could do that.
Right?
Okay.
Signature.
My daughters could do that.
And also, did you put it in the envelope?
I think my daughters could do that as well.
So this is, but there are groups who have taken this to court and who have said this is wrong, that it should be accepted no matter all these mistakes.
No, it shouldn't. Fill it out properly. They don't even accept your SATs or your standardized testing if you don't fill things out properly. They give it right back to you. Sir, you did not fill this out correctly. This is basic adulthood. What are we doing here?
I don't know. And I would love to know why, it seems unanimous that Republicans feel the way we do. I don't know. Is
the confusion falling along party lines? Are Republicans not understanding how to do this, or does it just say just Pennsylvanians?
They're saying Pennsylvanians, but I just infer that I would like to know which ballots were thrown out and why.
Oh, that for sure.
Right?
I would love to know. Absolutely. Yes.
I would love to have that information because I suspect it's not just all voters across the board. Is it split? I don't know. I just
maybe Stocker's
I'm
right.
just curious about this.
We need to raise the voting age to 35.
Yes.
Jeez.
There should be an IQ test, too.
Yeah. Who was it that said you have to pass a basic civics test? Was that Vivek? I think Vivek might have said that during primary season. Yeah.
You need it to become a citizen. Why don't you need it to vote?
Yeah.
And I think it was Vivek, or many people have over the years said, why not the same citizenship test that you have to get when you become a U.S. citizen? Why not have that as a requirement to, for example, graduate high school or even middle school?
Yeah, there you go.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yep.
Basic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So as I have been mentioning, Vice President Kamala Harris is returning to Philadelphia today.
Yeah.
And this is I believe her 14th trip since, since being sworn in for the second time around in 2021.
Remarkable. They've taken up residency here in the state.
Right?
Yeah.
It really is.
So this is a big, union convention here in Philadelphia. I believe we're going to have a lot of activity with Mayor Sherrell Parker of Philadelphia, Josh Shapiro. But this is a big deal as Kamala Harris traveling to the city of Philadelphia, delivering the keynote address to a union convention here in Center City today.
You know what? Here's a recommendation. This is what I say the Trump administration should do. Starting once the VP is selected, following the RNC convention, Trump, you take up residency in Pennsylvania. Whoever is your vice president, he camps out in Michigan, and then send Don Jr., Eric, and Laura Trump to Wisconsin. And there's got to be a Trump or a Trump cabinet member in PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin for the next 4 months. That's my blueprint to win the three most important swing states, because it's probably going to come down to those three states.
Well, there will be rolling closures on I-95 north and south as the Veep makes her way to and from the airport, obviously in and out of Center City today. So, and her keynote address is sometime before noon. So just a little heads up to everybody, but to my dear friends here on Kayal and Company.
My favorite thing about the Biden administration coming to Philadelphia is usually they arrive just as I'm going down for my nap.
Yeah.
So and I wake up as soon as they leave. It works. It times out beautifully, Dawn.
Yeah. So, yeah. Could we just send them a memo? Don't interrupt the Nick Nap.
Yeah.
Nick Nap.
The Nick Nap.
We need this Nick Nap sponsored
I'm gonna
by.
copyright that.
And we talked about UPenn, University of Pennsylvania graduation yesterday. So I thought a little light, bright story, as we are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations today, is that Brandon Brooks of our Eagles received his MBA at Wharton, and he had X'd out or tweeted out, "A king fortifies himself with a castle, a gentleman with a desk. Wharton School class of 24, blessed beyond belief, God is good." So he got his MBA at Wharton yesterday.
That's Trump's school, right?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Amen to that. I don't know if Barron Trump will be going there. Well, maybe we won't ask Trump. Next interview, don't ask about Barron.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to make a bunch of headlines. I'll just ask him about the border.
Jeez Louise. I know we're going to talk moving forward a lot about Biden, a lot about Trump moving forward, and what we can expect today as the prosecution persecution has rested in Manhattan in the case brought down by DA Alvin Bragg. We are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidation. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate, vacate everything to the bare walls. Both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 store closing, liquidation, Turn 7. 84 degrees today. It feels like summer, and tomorrow 88 degrees. So a summer-like week. Killing Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Let's grab Joe in Philadelphia. He's got some firsthand experience with mail-in ballots. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? Great show. I love listening to you while I'm driving.
Thank you.
I think I have a remedy. All you have to do is basically put a barcode on every envelope. When you fill out your ballot, you scan your barcode on your phone. When the ballot's been counted, it's been accepted, it'll send you a notification on your phone that it's been accepted. And if it hasn't been accepted, then it will send you an alert that it was disqualified. It maybe gives you a second chance to vote.
Or if you don't receive the notification that your ballot has been scanned and accepted, you can follow up with it as you have sent that in after September 16th and find out where exactly your ballot is and get confirmation that it has been scanned. Joe, that's a great idea. In a world of technology with apps in the government, we should have a Pennsylvania voting app ran through the state. I'll probably butcher that again. But, yes, you scan your ballot, you have proof of it on your phone, and then once they receive it, they send you confirmation via the app or through an email. God knows we get confirmation emails for everything else we do in this lifetime these days. I love that idea.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to patent that idea. If they use it, I want money.
Okay, well, give me 10% because 10%. I platformed you.
Yeah. You're on, and we get to play golf together.
Yes,
nice.
That too.
Nice.
All right, give me 10% in golf. Your idea is great, Joe. Thank you very much. It's a very simple idea. I mean, I still like the old school paper ballot way. I just think, let's get a bunch of people there from both parties, make sure there's no shenanigans, camera, security footage, count everything up, raw numbers, report the results the same nights. These countries around the globe that are far less advanced than America can do it. Why can't we? But, hey, with technology, and we're going to get to scanning with your face to pay, why not? Not a bad idea by Joe. I like it. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, we'll work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. We're going to get to this Frontier airline debacle in about 20 minutes. But in just about 6 minutes, the 9/11 video that is the smoking gun 23 years later when it pertains to the Saudis. But it's in the hands of an American judge. What will he do? Back after this. Stay right there.
I'm so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. So think about today's forecast, 84 today, 88 degrees tomorrow. I don't think you're going to hold out too much longer from turning on your AC. Hot weather is coming. You won't have a choice. Now's the time. Make sure your AC, your HVAC is good to go. AMC has a wealth of experience, a dedication to their field. They are such great professionals at AMC and take great pride in their work. And they believe in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. The same great crew has been working together for years. I think that's one of the things I noticed and a testament to the high quality of their company. Also, they do not earn commission, and they're not salespeople. They're not selling customers anything you don't need. You can trust AMC is going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. AMC, they keep to their schedule. They're so respectful. Call now. You're going to receive, and if you're listening right now and you call now, you're going to receive a full 15% off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Call AMC today. Schedule your spring tune-up. Now's the time. You're going to get an awesome discount. AMContheweb.com. AMContheweb.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Mustard. Scale & Company, 724. Getting it done on a Tuesday. Touchy in just about 20 minutes. You know, from JFK to 9/11 to Sandy Hook, on down the list, Las Vegas shooting a few years ago. I love listening to people present their theories. I think conspiracy theory is something the mainstream media likes to label people as. Over the last 3.5, 4 years, the conspiracy theories have been fairly accurate. Certainly there are times when they are way off base and completely wrong. Alex Jones, Sandy Hook, just to give one example. But there's a few that I'm always intrigued by, and maybe nothing bigger than 9/11. I remember years ago reading, I don't know, maybe 2/3 or 3/4 of the 9/11 Commission book that came out. I remember going to Walden's Books or whatever it was before it was Barnes & Noble and getting it when it came out and reading it. And now we've got this story, and Stalker found this in his prep email that he sends each night. And I didn't even realize that some of these cases were still going on. But the headline reads as follows. 9/11 video alleges secret new evidence in landmark case against the Saudi hijackers. And they write the following. The 9/11 families are closer to the truth than ever before. A federal judge in Manhattan, where have we heard that before, is expected to rule anytime now on Saudi Arabia's appeal to toss a lawsuit against the kingdom. But if this landmark case goes forward, long-buried secrets of September 11th, 2001 terror attacks will be exposed. Brett Eagleson, who was 15 years old when his dad Bruce died while working at the Twin Towers on 9/11, said, "This is the closest thing you're going to get to a smoking gun. The public needs to see this." Eagleson told the Boston Herald that lawyers have obtained a video that allegedly shows a Saudi suspect casing the Capitol way back in the summer of 1999, pointing out where Congress sits. Eagleson also says a companion sketchbook painstakingly shows, quote, an aviator's algorithm on how to hit a target on the horizon when flying a plane. He credits British officials for obtaining both pieces of incredible evidence and retired FBI agents for assisting 9/11 families who refused to give up on seeking justice nearly 23 years after the attacks in New York City, the Pentagon, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And it all lies and sits in the hands of federal judge George Daniels of the Southern District of New York, who now holds the key to this case. The judge must decide whether this lawsuit against Saudi Arabia moves ahead or is forever thwarted. Eagleson told the Herald on Friday, if we lose, it's a dagger. But what more do you need? The Saudi government's latest appeals to the state and the United States with government officials continues to keep this thing going, tied up in a litigation process. Very interesting story. They highlight some of the details about some of these Saudi hijackers, how they were in California, how they did not speak English, how they went about obtaining access to some of these flight schools, which they flunked out of. It's a very fascinating breakdown. It's courtesy of GazetteExtra.com if you want to read it. But the American public needs to know. The American public deserves to know. And more important than just the American public, those who had their lives upended directly deserve to know. And it's always been my belief, and I know we've heard all these different theories, were there explosives placed at the bottom of the towers? Could a plane do this and melt the steel infrastructure? Does jet fuel burn hot enough to melt something like the Twin Towers? What happened with Building 7? Why was that impacted? So forth and so on. My theory for the longest time has been largely of the fact, because I hate the warmongers. I hate the old school GOP way of doing things. That's why I love Trump so much. He's about peace and things like that. He's not trying to continually, pump up the war machine like Lindsey Graham and these people do. My thought has been for the longest time that 9/11 was preventable, and Bush allowed it to happen to further an agenda with war in the Middle East, to not only go to Afghanistan, but also to go to Iraq to get Saddam Hussein. We know WMD, we were sold a bill of goods. It never materialized. And then, of course, 19, 20 years later, whatever the math is, we have the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan under our current president, Joe Biden. But I don't know about you guys. I love, and it's sad that I have to say this, but I love all of the cases and the details around what happened. Because I'll never forget, I swear, for some reason, I think it was 8:46 a.m. I'm a senior in high school, first period, and you had privileges when you were a senior, and I would work in the guidance counselor's office every day for first period. And we had like a little 15-inch TV. It might have even been black and white. I don't recall specifically. And I'll never forget CNN being on in the guidance counselor's office and watching this happen in real time. And I'm thinking, once we got the details, how does this happen in the United States of America where we are not able to thwart an attack like this? So I'm not sure if you have a theory, Dawn, if this is something that intrigues you, but this type of story in this case that now 23 years later is still in the courts still intrigues me to this day.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're alleging after 2 decades that there's a mistaken understanding of what happened. And there are so many so-called conspiracy theories. It just shows you that people, who ask those questions. I mean, look at what we've just been through with Fauci and what has been revealed within the past week or so. And so these are people who've asked a lot of questions, who wanted to know more, do a deep dive. But it appears that they were wrong of what actually transpired.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not surprised, but it just shows me more and more, people who ask questions, it's okay to ask those questions.
Absolutely.
And in our media today, that used to be celebrated.
That used to be what the media would do. The journalists
You're the
used
one
to ask the
asking
questions.
Now,
right?
Oh, that's a kook. That's a kook.
Yeah, just take whatever CNN or MSNBC tells you is truth and don't follow up on it, right?
So it just makes me nauseous. But it goes back to the Saudis. And a lot of people have said, the Saudis are important allies, and maybe there was in the United States of America, they didn't want to point to who was supportive of this happening and what they knew when they knew it, and I think that's what they're getting at.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Stalker.
Is there any? I mean, nobody has any doubt that the government, or whatever you call it, the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, was involved in this, and I think one of the biggest travesties of our lifetime is the fact that we, as the United States government, for whatever reason, is covering up for them, and I don't know why.
Yep.
I mean, I do, but it's infuriating to know that there's these monumental, tragic events that have happened in our lifetime, in the last 70 years, between the JFK assassination to 9/11 to whatever. And we're never going to get the answers to what actually happened. We're only being fed this load of crap that, like, this is what happened, and you will take this and like it.
It's
COVID.
Sensitive material. It's the threats to national security. You cannot be privy to this information.
I'm hoping that, with the COVID stuff, as that's kind of being dripped out, drip, 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 there's more information coming out. Maybe we'll get a clearer picture of what actually happened, who covered up for who, and this, that, and the other. But if history repeats itself, we're just going to be told this is what happened. The rest of it goes in a vault, and nobody's going to tell you anything else.
I think, a lot of times you hear people say, just follow the money, and
Yeah.
it sounds like a cliche. It might sound like it's lazy, but it's true. If you just want to take 9/11 and you want to take COVID, think about the money. Where did the money go? 9/11, we end up in a war for almost 20 years. Keep, funneling money to the war machine.
Yep.
And then when you have allegedly a man-made virus in a lab that gets leaked out, who ultimately ends up benefiting the most? Big Pharma. Who are the two of the biggest beneficiaries of the last 25 years? The war machine, the military-industrial complex, and Big Pharma. So,
But I think at the heart of this, the word declassified documents, and it just, I don't know, makes me think of Trump as far as what classified documents he had. The fact that these are the families of those who didn't survive or maybe survivors, but it's an active lawsuit right now. And the allegation, and think about at this point in time with what's going on in the Middle East, think about the open border, and we know from our own FBI director, Ray, saying this, and to think that there was this imam in Los Angeles and all these individuals who were allegedly, according to this 71-page document and this lawsuit by the victims of 9/11 the victims' families, that they're alleging that the Saudis were the accomplice. So it's even more than the money.
Yep.
It's that actively there were people inside this country who were actively participating, communicating, getting support from the Saudis, that they knew about it, that it was going on for a long time, and that they orchestrated this thing.
Yep.
And then think about fast forward to now, the open border, and who else is here, and what else are they orchestrating, and what else is the government covering up?
Yep.
The timing of this is huge.
And what happens after 9/11? The Patriot Act. What does the Patriot Act consist of? More surveillance of American citizens and the tightening of the noose, so to speak, around the people of this country. Just lastly on this front, speaking of Saudi Arabia and the hypocrisy of the government and the media, it kind of a sports mention, but I think it illustrates perfectly how we selectively in the quote mainstream media decide to, smear certain people or protect people and let things go. When it came to the Live Golf Tour, which is backed and financed by the Saudis, a lot of people in the mainstream media, in the golf media, had a big issue with that because it was going to challenge the PGA Tour. And, it's blood money and the Saudis and terrorism. And you never hear hoot, and Stalker, you'll love this. WWE is going over to Saudi Arabia for a pay-per-view this week, and you never hear a negative word about the WWE being in business with the Saudis. Why? Because wrestling is now mainstreamed with all the mainstream media outlets like CBS and ESPN and Peacock, so they don't smear that there. But when a rival upstart golf league comes along with the Saudis, that, the PGA Tour is in bed with the mainstream media, then it's a total smear campaign. So always interesting, Dawn, as you always say, to look at the way the media covers things from a slant and what they just completely omit with bias.
One quick thing here that as I'm looking through this document, Cozen O'Connor, One Liberty Place, Philadelphia. So these are the liaison counsel of the plaintiffs. In other words, 9/11 representing the victims. And so there's a Philadelphia connection here, as we have a major Philadelphia law firm representing the plaintiffs, in this case. A huge federal case involving the terrorist attack, September 11th. 2001.
All right, let's see if we can keep an eye on that, certainly locally. 855-839-1210 is the number. Cut sheet coming up in just a few moments, but you have a couple of minutes, so why not get on over to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, because I need to tell you about a beautiful luxury vehicle. Just about 6 weeks ago, test drove the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe. Wow. Check it out today at the Westchester location. This vehicle is sleek, it is stylish on the outside, and it is packed with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, it is sure to impress you. If you are in the market for a luxury vehicle, the 2024 C300 Coupe features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. Very fuel efficient as well. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or down in Atlantic City. Shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer's telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care, delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Ready for pool time this Memorial Day weekend? At Leslie's, we've got you covered. Save up to 20% on all things pool. We have everything you need in stock and at a great price. Take the guesswork out of pool care. Come into Leslie's for a free 10-point AccuBlue water test to ensure your water is clean, safe, and beautiful. And with our price match promise, you never have to compromise on quality or price. Get set for all your pool time fun with Leslie's. Dive in and get started. Shop online at lesliespool.com or in one of our 1,000 locations. Leslie's, we know pools.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Canella with today's report.
Investors who plan their retirement trip by boarding a stock market flight risk falling out of the sky with no parachute to protect their nest egg. And depending on their age, they might not have the time to recover their assets from the burning wreckage of the stock market crash. This week's expert report highlights the benefits of the financial life insurance industry as a guaranteed reliable vessel that can protect your assets in retirement. Aside from shielding your nest egg from market risk and costly fees, the financial life insurance industry is secured by a vast safety net. Since the 18th century, the financial life insurance industry has survived every major economic event while protecting and maintaining account holders' accounts without skipping a beat. Even if the insurance company goes insolvent, belly up and out of business. If you're in or near retirement, schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn how the financial life insurance industry can help plan your retirement trip with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Canella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company rolling on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Cut sheet coming up in just a moment. Don't forget you can still donate for Families Behind the Badges. Our Bend to the Shore bike tour coming up July 21st. Well over 4,000 raised.
Yeah.
The goal originally $15K. Now we're upping it to $20. GregStockerSucks.com.
It's not right.
To make your donations.
What is wrong with you?
That's unbelievable. What's that website again?
I'm your boss, damn it.
GregStockerSucks.com to donate. Also, getting set to tape episode 2 of Kayal Pool Karaoke. We'll tell you more details about that coming up later this summer.
All right, so we're doing, we're at $4,470 right now.
Yeah.
All I need is somebody to donate $30 to make it an even $4,500.
Okay.
So all you need to do, all money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All money goes there. I just need a $30 donation right now, GregStockerSucks.com. So we can make it an even $4,500. Can you do it? Will you be the person that donates the $30? Please do it.
Please do it.
Please.
Before we get to the cut sheet, let me read this email. Lou has sent us a message with the subject being mail-in ballots. And he says, "Hey, Greg, I was listening to you guys talk about ballots that were rejected." And he put 16,000 in parentheses. "I am a Democrat with an open mind, and I will be voting for Trump because Biden is a loose wire. Anyway, this email is to let you know that I volunteer at different polling sites, and I also work for the state of Pennsylvania. Many ballots, when they come in, if it shows Republicans, they want us to say, and when I say I mean managers and upper management, it's no good or information is missing, and use that excuse to discard the ballot. That is repeated over and over again. If we say something, they want to send us home for the day or move us to a different area. What? It's effing crazy. And I wanted to share this because these acts of unfairness is what it is making me do to vote for Trump. Courtesy of Lou. How about that?
Wow.
Lou, working for the state, an open-minded Democrat, telling us what's going on, says he will be voting for Donald Trump. How about that?
Interesting.
And that email just came 14 minutes ago. So thank you very much, Lou.
Yeah.
We will keep the rest of your identity secret. By the way, Lou's a very underrated name.
Oh, Lou's a great name.
I think Lou's a perfect, older gentleman name. Lou, Gus, Ralph. We need to bring back some of the great older names of yesteryear. Lou.
Well, did you see what was the most popular baby name now? Liam or something?
No, Mateo. Mateo, which I kind of like. I have that story. We might get to that later today. Top baby names of 2023.
I don't like that.
You don't
I remember
like Mateo?
Matias when I was in college.
I like that.
Matias.
Mateo sounds like an Italian name.
Yeah. Sounds like a hot guy who's like a tennis player.
Yeah. I love hot tennis dudes. With tight shorts.
This is Mateo.
Yeah, watch my backhand. Watch how hard I can hit this ball.
Oh, God.
There you go.
What is wrong with you guys?
I know.
I could see Zioli having a kid, Matteo Zioli. Be a total stud in high school. I could see it.
Do you have that story somewhere? Because I
do. I
really do want to get to it.
Yeah, let's get to that after the cut sheet, which is coming up right about now.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? Yeah, you're right. I do have a little.
I'm telling you, you sound sick.
I'm not sick.
Stay distant
I was
from me.
working outside yesterday.
You got the Dawn stuff?
No, I was working outside yesterday. What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? It's brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have an amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Yes, we spent a lot of the 6 o'clock hour discussing it. Let's pick it up right now. The Trump trial yesterday, Michael Cohen was on the stand yesterday, admitted to stealing $60,000 or something like that from the Trump organization. MSNBC's Lawrence O'Donnell, Larry, was in the courtroom, and he justified Michael Cohen's embezzling money from the Trump org. He says it didn't really sound like stealing. It sounded like Cohen doing what he could to rebalance the bonus he thought he deserved.
Rebalance it. It's a redistribution of what I thought should have had. That's what I'm going to do with inflation moving forward.
Oh, crazy Larry with his bad hair. He's a really bad, his hairline is terrible. He should just shave it.
Join the club, brother.
Instead of Well, he does this thing. If you're watching right now on YouTube, by the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to watch these videos along with the audio, he swoops it over.
Yeah.
And
you just got to give it up, bro.
Yeah.
It's over.
All right, this is cut to Phil, if you will, my friend. Go.
Inside the courtroom, you've been there almost every day. You have the strength of beyond mortal men. But what was worth it to you today? What did you see? What did you hear?
Well, you know, the courtroom is where I began as a writer and a reporter a long time ago. So this is a homecoming for me in terms of a workplace. The shocking thing at the end of that cross-examination, and I just can't tell you how stunning it was, because it's the thing that I was waiting for. I saw everything Todd Blanche. I've seen every minute of cross-examination. I've seen every single question he's asked. And he sat down and ended his cross-examination without asking a single question about the $130,000 that appears on the Alan Weisselberg notes about how they were structuring the payment to Michael Cohen. He asked about the $50,000 that's irrelevant to the $130,000, and that's where he very effectively got Michael Cohen to agree that yes, he stole $30,000. Later, when Cohen was asked about that on redirect by the prosecution, it didn't really sound like stealing $30,000. It sounded a lot like Michael Cohen doing the little that he could within that calculation to rebalance the bonus he thought he deserved, and it still came out as less than the bonus he thought he deserved and the bonus he'd gotten the year before.
Maybe he can rebalance the budget while he's at it. No, this is grand larceny. And spinning it the way he's trying to spin it there is, in my opinion, indefensible. If you are not remotely biased and you can look at things objectively, you just look at the rule of law and what the law says. This is a Class C felony of what Michael Cohen did. Period, point blank, end of discussion. Stop. And get a haircut.
Right, he has the swoop, right? The weird swoop
It's
that's all the
bad.
way back. Just give it up, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
Larry.
There's nothing.
I love hammering. That is my favorite. That is my favorite Lawrence O'Donnell clip ever, where he flips out because he's trying to do a monologue, and upstairs they're hammering.
Is that what? Is that that's where that's from?
Oh, dude, it is amazing.
Yeah, you
crazy person.
Yeah, it's right up there with the Bill O'Reilly freak out. You
Yeah.
know, the F it, we'll do it live.
It's so
Exactly.
funny.
Yeah.
But even earlier, you play that Dana Bash clip where
Yeah.
she was they're talking about the implosion that happened in, the Trump trial.
Yeah.
And the way that I just felt like she was trying to do anything.
Yep.
She's talking about Elaine and Seinfeld. Let's talk about that. Talk about anything other than, wow, what's happening in court.
It's amazing.
I love TV people when they have a media meltdown on a camera. Maybe the greatest one of all time is from Chris Berman from ESPN.
Oh, his was great.
Way back, like early
Yep.
2000s, late 90s.
Yes.
There's people walking around, and he just flips. He's like, "Is this your first effing day in television?"
Yeah.
He just lost his ever-loving mind.
By the way, when I write my book later, I'm going to have meltdowns from all of you guys in it. So just,
Well, I mean, you have plenty
beware.
yourself.
We're in the middle of a segment. Well, I do it live on air, so I don't do it behind the scenes. I
Right.
actually do it on air.
Yeah.
So everything that I have done has been documented.
Yes.
There is no evidence of any meltdown that I allegedly had.
Don, did you ever?
There's
I
no
was gonna
evidence.
ask you,
All
have you
right.
ever melted down with like a TV?
I'm just saying there's no. But no, to Greg, privately, if I melted down, sure. But there's no evidence. There's no. He has no tangible evidence.
Michael
I'm just saying.
Michael Smerconish, Dick Morris, Rich Zioli. Everybody, watch out. The book is coming.
Oh, boy.
As soon as they show me the door. I have no loyalty.
Is that door coming soon? or-
Screw all of you.
'Cause
No,
we don't
I'm
want
just
that.
kidding. I'm just
Dawn
kidding.
and I
I'm
won't
just
let you
kidding.
leave.
I'm just
He has
kidding.
pictures.
I have pictures. Over on the other side of MSNBC, the legal analyst Danny Savalos was floored after Michael Cohen admitted to stealing cash from the Trump organization. He basically called him what everybody else calls him, an opportunist thief. This is cut 19. Phil, go.
There may have been a real moment here just in the last few minutes in that Michael Cohen was caught in cross-examination. They asked him about a transaction with another company where he admitted to stealing cash from the Trump Organization. Now, throughout this trial, consider this. The prosecution has painted Michael Cohen as sort of this bumbling, pathetic character whose only sins were his misguided, undying loyalty to Donald Trump. Did you lie to Congress? Yes, I did, but I did it because I was in the sway of the Svengali hold of Donald Trump. But now you see something a little different. Now there's an argument to be made that actually you're just an opportunistic thief. You literally pocketed money from your employer. And as an attorney, the idea, first of all, of paying in bags of cash is, look, defense attorneys, I do not like to accept cash. Frankly, I refuse to accept cash. It's only asking for trouble. But dealing in these sandwich bags of cash, these brown paper bags of cash to pay people is already problematic. But the idea that he would just grab a wad of cash and stick it in his pocket, I think has moved Michael Cohen from this figure where he's part Tom Hagen from The Godfather, but really more like Fredo Corleone, to now this guy who's just a thief. Again, and I bet that comes up in closing a lot. The fact that he just admitted that he would willingly steal from his own client.
All right, here's the big bag. I've got $30,000 in cash. There's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. There's an orange and a banana, maybe some fruit snacks, a little cheese stick. So I don't know why he's so overly shocked by any of this.
Why do you pack your lunch like I pack my lunch for my 4-year-old?
Yeah, right.
Cheese sticks, peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, that's what
blueberries.
That's what we used to do back in the high school days.
Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry. Go on. You're making an actual point.
No, I'm just, this guy's an admitted perjurer. He's a liar. He's a fraudster. I don't really know how you can come away from anything that he says in a court of law and be totally surprised or shocked that he did this or said that. I mean, this guy, he's lost his law license. Short of, making any money on a podcast or a reality show or writing a book, his career's kaput.
But here's the thing about this whole thing. Is that the trial? Well, I do believe that it is completely, no charges should have been brought. Let me just say that. The basis of this trial is about allegedly paying off a porn star. Who do you think are going to be the witnesses in all of this? Of course, it's going to be scumbags. Honestly. The whole sphere of this is just littered with corrupt, awful people.
Well, yes, but the goal of the jury selection process, when you're the defense attorney, is to whittle out the bad seeds, so to speak, and find one, if not multiple people that you believe will ultimately rule in your favor. So, yes, is the playing field slanted hardcore left because New York is super blue? Yes, and by the way, Trump cannot win New York. But that being said,
blasphemy!
You still have to feel like if you are looking at what the prosecution has presented, they haven't proven anything. They haven't proved crimes. Their top 2 witnesses have zero credibility. I think anybody with a functional brain and no vendetta against Donald Trump has to, at a bare minimum, be of the belief that we have a hung jury, if not an acquittal. I got to actually check the poll results update, by the way, on Twitter.
I think you're very naive if you think this is a slam dunk. I do. Not you, but we're not in the courtroom. We don't see what the jurors see.
To your point, the poll's kind of close. 43% hung jury, 30% guilty, and 27% not guilty / acquittal. We'll see. This is going to be wrapped up in what?
They just need one.
5 days? Yeah, you're right, Don. That's what I've been saying.
I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility. Of course. I think that there is a very good possibility that it could be a hung jury. Do I think it's going to be acquittal? No. But guys, I'm just telling you to think that it's going to be like this is going to go in Trump's favor, it's very naive.
There's a terminology out there. I heard it yesterday, and I'm drawing a blank on what the word or the phrase is. But the defense can go to the prosecution here, and not a directed verdict, by the way. That's with the judge. The defense can go to the prosecution and the judge and ask to have the felony reduced to a misdemeanor, to which then the misdemeanor has to be tossed because of the statute of limitations has expired. Although I don't see that happening because, I mean, let's face it, Alvin Bragg in the DA's office, I mean, this is their baby. They're not going to tap out, so to speak.
We played earlier Ellie Honig saying that Michael Cohen stealing from Trump is a more serious of a crime than falsifying business records. Norm Eisen, who is also he's the former House Judiciary Special Counsel in the first Trump impeachment trial, said that we see convictions all the time with witnesses who have crimes far worse than what Michael Cohen did. So just keep that in mind as everybody's saying it's a slam dunk for an acquittal. This is cut 22. Go.
That is not just.
Norm, you were there. How did you see that moment?
I thought Michael Cohen did the one thing that he had to do. He was honest with the jury about what happened. He was not defensive. Susan Hoffinger had planted the seed. She was careful to bring it out again, as we had discussed when you previously testified. I have a different view sitting in the courtroom that Michael Cohen, of course, has a checkered past. But we see convictions all the time with cooperators who have far worse histories, contract killers, mobsters, those who've peddled drugs to our kids, and yet you get convictions. The one thing that a witness has to do is tell the truth. Michael Cohen did his best, including today. I thought it was good enough. Norm, did Donald Trump know what that $420,000 payment was for? The essence of that $420,000 payment is the doubling. The essence is the doubling of the Stormy Daniels money. And Donald Trump, it's been shown over and over and over again and corroborated. Trump knew exactly what it was. He knew exactly what it was.
But can we talk about Michael Cohen's credibility? Because the other moment was about that phone.
There you go.
I love how Collins wants to jump in there. I wanted to hear Honig start sparring with the guy he's disagreeing with.
Agreed.
And Collins is in there refereeing again. Can she just be quiet?
I would do a great job of producing these shows because I would tell Caitlin Collins, shut the hell up and let these two go at it.
It's the same thing she was doing during the debates with the fact checking. Let these two go at it. You got two people. And what have I been saying all morning long? We've seen almost a unanimous belief or reaction of Cohen shooting himself in the foot. He's got no credibility. And now we have a guy here with a legal background who's got a different perspective. I might disagree with it. And Honig is getting ready to spar with him. And the Collins just has to interject and steer the ship.
Yeah.
So naughty.
I get it. There are there's time constraints. It's not like what we do here on radio where we can go 45 minutes without taking a breath or a break.
I think some of those people are incapable of going 45 minutes without a break.
They're under tight, we have 10 minutes for this segment, 8 minutes for this segment. Like, I understand all of that. But, to make good TV there, let those two duke it out.
Yeah.
Dawn reported yesterday, on a more lighthearted note, Dawn reported yesterday about Kylie Kelsey's.
Yeah.
Cabrini University's commencement speech. So we have a little bit of that. Would you guys like to hear it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, this is cut one, Phil. Go.
First, your high school graduation was stolen from you by a global pandemic. Then, your college announced it was closing, and your senior year was spent on a campus that resembled a ghost town. And now, this. You couldn't even get a top 5 Kelsey as your commencement speaker.
That's pretty funny.
I am well aware that my current position in life is due to the wonderful people around me. But I'll be damned if I don't stay true to myself in everything that I do and ensure that I am always authentically me. So find the things that speak to you. Your enthusiasm can be channeled to create change, and you are wonderful the way that you are.
Did she go on to talk about maybe being a stay-at-home mom and a homemaker, and did that trigger people?
I don't know.
Do we need to cancel Kylie? Or whatever?
Cancel Kylie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love Kylie.
A beautiful lady.
And she's top. By the way,
Uh-oh.
to say that she's not even top 5.
She's got to be top 3. What else is there? You got Travis, you got Jason, and you got Kylie.
Well,
I can't even name any more Kelseys. Are there more?
Mama Kelsey, Papa Kelsey.
Keeping up with the Kelseys. It's like a reality show.
True.
Bill Maher was on with Greg Gutfeld last night. He's out promoting a book now, so he's doing all the late night shows and
going through the car wash,
making the round, going through the car wash of awful, late night stuff.
That's what all these people do. They go on like 8 different shows on one network. They spend the whole day in the building.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
This is Cut 21, Phil, where he's talking about transitioning kids. Some of it is just a TikTok challenge that got out of hand, is what he says. This is Cut 21, Phil, go.
Themselves because of care we're giving them, dangerous surgeries and dangerous medication.
Yeah, Bill, we were told that if we didn't transition kids, we had blood on our hands. And now we're finding out that it's actually the reverse, that we should actually be not doing any of it. What do you think?
I like girls.
So, does that mean you want more boys to transition to girls?
No, you're confusing him with Jim.
No, I mean, I was talking about this on my show last week. I mean, we are the outlier now, the United States. It's so funny the way sometimes the woke stuff, and I always try to make this point that liberalism is not, the same thing as woke. Woke, they would like to think they're an extension of liberalism. I'm an old school liberal. They're not. It's very often the opposite. And they think they're going so far in the right direction, and it actually turns out that they're in the wrong direction. And they've actually reversed it, because most of the countries in Europe now, England, the Scandinavian countries, the ones we used to always be able to say, well, look what the liberal countries are doing. They're all reversed themselves on this. They don't do the puberty blockers anymore. They don't do this stuff because of studies like this. And America is just doubling down on this stuff. So we are the outlier country on this stuff. And look, there's always a sensible middle ground. That's what I'm always trying to find. Now, is there such a thing as trans? Of course. There are sometimes people who are, let's just say, there's a mix-up at the factory. And you don't feel in your head the way you do in your body. But some of this is also just a TikTok challenge that got out of hand. Some of it is just social contagion and is trendy, and we should recognize both.
Yeah. What is wrong? The problem is...
There you go.
You'll see in the background of the backdrop of Gutfeld that says there's a study, risk of suicide increases with gender-affirming care. I think the reason those suicidal and those ideological thoughts increase, and the actions certainly increase, is because you end up regretting it. We gave you that large UK study weeks ago on this show. I think it was over 15,000 people that were in the survey. And well, the overwhelming consensus was that these trans individuals realized they were just largely going through a trend or a phase in their life and regretted doing what they did. So,
Bill Maher kind of sums up my belief on this, like, to a T. So, good job by him. By the way, it's he was it's a weird panel he was on. Dr. Drew, Dana Perino. I don't know.
They must have been struggling to get other guests. They got Bill, and then they had to settle for current in-house Fox people.
Yesterday, Nick, you reported that the president of Iran, or as they call him, the Butcher of Tehran,
the Butcher,
was killed in a helicopter crash. Well, I think you would be happy to know that the Senate chaplain gave his thoughts and prayers.
Oh, he did?
To the Butcher of Tehran.
I believe the Biden administration also issued a letter as well.
Oh, did they?
Acknowledging the death and condolences, yeah.
This is Cut 15, Phil, go.
And Lord, we pray for the Iranian people who mourn the death of their president. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Can I just say this, that, like, they should be praying that thanking God that he was killed.
Where was that speech for Laken Riley?
Oh.
Where was that letter for
Thank you.
Laken Riley? We're going to give thoughts and prayers and condolences to a man named the Butcher who has killed a bazillion people. But Americans that get killed by illegal immigrants, we're lucky to get a name drop from the president at the State of the Union. And then when he does drop the name, he calls her, what was it? It wasn't Laken Riley. He butchered the name. I forget what Biden said, but it wasn't. Lincoln Riley.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the USC football coach. Ass backwards world we're living in.
Speaking of Laken Riley, the immigration issue continues to be a big subject. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Oh, it's been a while since we've heard from my buddy.
Was a guest at the Economic Club in Washington, D.C. for C-SPAN 2, so dozens of people have seen this.
C-SPAN 2.
He tries and fails to explain why Biden can't take executive action on border security. Just a reminder to everybody out there, Biden took 94 executive actions in his first 100 days to dismantle border security. But the other way around can't do. His hands are tied.
Mm-hmm.
This is Alejandro Mayorkas, cut 8, Phil. Go.
So let's suppose the legislation that didn't pass, maybe eventually it'll pass, but until then, can you not administratively do things that was in the legislation, or are you already doing those things?
The legislation did a number of things. The 2 pillars were it gave us the legal tools, statutory tools, to vastly accelerate the adjudication of claims for humanitarian relief. And that means we could remove people more quickly who do not qualify. And quite frankly, we could give protection with finality to people who do, much more rapidly. And it resourced us to effect that dramatic change. We were talking about a piece of legislation that would equip us with 4,300 more asylum officers, more immigration judges, just plus up the entire system in a way that we now just don't have.
Got it?
No, I don't. You know what's amazing is the Biden administration, usually to get a position like this, you have to check off a certain box. My assumption is he checks off the box of stupid. But like, I'm so tired of seeing him with that bald, pasty head. At least mine's a little tan and shines under the lights. The voice, just the whole bit with this guy. This guy has led to a national security nightmare in this country, thanks to this guy.
The host also asked how many illegals have crossed the border under the Biden administration compared to the Trump administration. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
So let's say since the beginning of the administration, is it millions of people?
It's several million people.
The perception is by, I guess, some Republicans in the House side, perhaps maybe others, that more people have been coming in under President Biden than under President Trump. Is that true or not?
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. Thank you. Okay, enough.
And by the way, for the guy asking the questions to stooge number 1 on the left, it's not just House Republicans. A new survey came out. Now 56% of all Americans are on board with mass deportation in this country. Mm-hmm. That's how bad. When you have a majority of Americans agreeing on an issue, you know the issue's legit.
Yep. So last week, I think it was Friday, we played that awful house display with AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
So Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman called the House hearing to Jerry Springer, which I think is very apropos.
Mm-hmm.
So AOC shot back at Fetterman on Twitter and basically called him a bully or something like that.
Fetterman's a bully. Okay.
So, so Fetterman was on with Jake Tapper on Sunday and was asked about this, and this is what he said. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Right. Let's turn to the clash in the House Oversight Committee on Thursday night. Just to refresh our audience's memory, here's a quick clip.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
Oh.
So you responded to all of this by saying, in the past, I've described the U.S. House as the Jerry Springer Show. Today, I'm apologizing to the Jerry Springer Show. Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez responded by saying, quote, I understand you likely would not have stood up for your colleague and seem to be confused about racism and misogyny being a both sides issue, but I stand up to bullies instead of becoming one.
Wow.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez seems to be suggesting that you're a bully.
Oh, well, of course, that's absurd. I was just simply responding to the kind of chaos and everything that Representative Green started as well. And if everyone on the committee was proud of what they've produced, they're entitled to their opinion. Or if they feel that this is the kind of a video that you want to send to a classroom of 8th grade civics kind of students across America, again, that's their choice. Now, to me, that's their choice. But if I'm going to push back against anything, it's going to be pushing back against Hamas and not vote against Israel. And I'm going to push back against Putin. I'm not going to vote against the aid for Ukraine the way Representative Green has done. And then I'm also going to push back against the TikTok vote as well. And now TikTok is essentially a Chinese communist government asset.
Wow. John Fetterman.
Fetterman has totally triggered all of the squad progressives and the Dems. It's interesting is I would say AOC is the bully. She's the one that always has the mean, angry face. She's always shouting and yelling at people. I wouldn't classify Fetterman as a bully. Fetterman's more of a troll. He's kind of a cartoon character, and he has clearly become more common sense over the last 6 months. But the whole AOC, Marjorie Taylor Greene thing is interesting. By the way, primary day in Georgia, and not AOC, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know how she's preparing for it? She was doing power cleans in her gym last night and videoing it. 135 pounds. Yeah, she was doing jerk cleans. Tell you what, man.
Doing what?
Jerk cleans.
Oh.
You get the bench bar and you do the power cleans. Your boys probably did that when they were playing football.
Still doing it.
Hurts your wrists, too. You better tape those suckers up. But Marjorie Taylor Greene never turns away from the chance to advertise herself.
Of course not. That's what they all do, by the way.
Yeah. I've got a catchphrase for her, by the way. Like if she was a wrestler, she could say, it's me, it's MTG. And then just post a video highlighting and, campaigning for herself and not, serving her constituents.
By the way,
best of luck today.
You posted something like that last night on Twitter, and everybody came after you.
Yeah, people got triggered by it. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I don't like politicians on either side of the aisle that always make it about themselves. Do something for the American public.
But she's on our side of the aisle, so we have to stand up for her no matter what.
I've said countless times, I probably agree with her policies 8 or 9 out of 10 times, but my God, the never-ending look at me. Just do a reality show already. My God.
By the way, the tribalism is gross, by the way. Thank you.
On Twitter?
Just with both parties. Just the tribalism of my team must be right. My team must be right. Shut up.
By the way, though, the House of Representatives, this is what I would expect in the House. This was, it's the House of the people. It's not the Senate with just 100 senators who have 6-year terms.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the House has traditionally, this is what they've been about. So if this were in the Senate, I would be surprised. You don't usually see this kind of thing in the Senate, but over the years, you see these kind of things.
You're cool. So you like that? I mean,
no, I don't
it's great
like it.
It's great from a talk radio standpoint. As far as getting things done for the American people, it's not really beneficial. But
no, I don't like it. I don't. But I imagine if you're in these committee meetings with people who are idiots, sometimes that's what happened.
Oh yeah.
But the funniest piece of it was you played a piece of this last week. Comer is just like, I have no idea what you just said. I mean, that to me made me laugh.
I have hearing aids in both ears. I'm going to slam my gavel.
By the way,
it's like what?
By the way, if them arguing and shouting and talking about each other's eyelashes and bleach blonde hair prevents them from putting any more stupid bills up, I'm fine with it. Honestly, that's why when everybody's like, "Oh my God, gridlock! How can we get?" No, we don't need more laws. We don't need more this, that, and the other. I'm fine with them just arguing and not taking away any more freedoms for the American people.
Well, didn't this all begin with the chick with the eyelashes who
Oh, yeah.
basically
Crockett.
was saying stupid things and
Yes.
didn't wasn't even like paying attention to the class. Wasn't even, and so that's annoying when you're stuck. Imagine just being stuck in these committee meetings for hours and hours.
It's their job.
I know.
It's their job.
It is their job. Pay attention.
Yeah.
Pay attention. You
And
have
actually read the
somebody
bill-
sitting there going,
Yeah.
"What?
I'm
What?"
stuck in.
That's annoying.
I'm stuck in meetings all day. You don't get.
Right.
Me complaining because it's my job.
But imagine if you were interrupting the meeting, going what? Saying
I do it all the time.
stupid things. No, you don't.
I do it all the
It's
time.
annoying.
Jack her off, shout you down.
Just to amuse myself.
It's annoying.
12-10 guy.
So MTJ. What'd you say? What was her slogan?
It's me. It's me.
It's me.
It's MTG.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's me. It's me. It's MTG.
That's her.
All right. Well, MTG was just trying to basically say, pay attention,
Yeah.
wake up.
Oh, yeah.
Get
And
with the
trust me,
class.
I think she could dance circles around AOC and Crockett. But you talk about these bills going through. How many times have we heard these stories of these elected officials that sign off on these bills that don't read the entirety of the document?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like blown away of, well, I didn't know about this in the fine print. Read it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I mean, look, it's fun to talk about, but like all these nudniks going after one another, I could care less. Let them yell at each other. That's basically what we put them there for, just to go after one another and then just stay out of my business. You know what I mean?
Apologies to the Jerry Springer Show.
That's a good line by John Fetterman.
Where's Steve Wilkos at, by the way? You got to put him in Congress. He'll break everything up.
You teased this for 7:40, so it's.
I tease a lot of things at 7:40 that we never get to.
It's apropos that we get to it at 8:22.
Oh, there you go.
This Frontier passenger, we talk all the time about how flying public transit, all of that,
public
is
transit.
just basically the city bus, and there's homeless people urinating in the aisles.
Do we have the still photo of what it was like in the 50s again?
No, I didn't ask Phil to get it.
That's the perfect comparison.
This Frontier passenger makes an entire flight deboard after she refused to comply with exit row instructions.
Okay.
And then gets arrested.
Okay.
The woman allegedly refused to help save anyone in case of an emergency before yelling at the flight staff. She says, "Oh no, I'm not going to save anybody if that happens. I'm going to save myself."
Okay.
It's kind of funny.
But you have to. So if you're in that seat, and if you're going to remain in that seat, you have to adhere to the rules.
Yep.
If not, you give up the seat, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the protocol.
This is like a 5-minute video that we cut down to like 90 seconds.
Okay.
The incident reportedly happened at Charlotte Douglas International Airport in North Carolina. Phil, this is K1, my friend, if you will. Go. Look at this.
And she's on her phone while yelling with the flight attendant.
Guy with a do-rag. I mean, like, what is happening here?
Let's just go back to Italy.
Let's stay in
Conservativechores.com. Take me away.
This is my worst fear, is being trapped in an airtight tube with lunatics who are just screaming at one another.
Please, if any of you are there, please just pick up your phone and record Greg Stocker losing his mind.
Look at this. This is madness.
Yep. Pure chaos.
We used to be a civilized society.
Yes.
We did.
Yep.
Honest. And here comes the police.
He's got a bike helmet on. He is not going to take one on the dome.
The problem with this is that you're right. They can't just take this crazy woman out of there.
Yeah.
They have to deboard the entire plane. Then everybody's flight gets delayed.
And now she'll claim her rights were violated. Yep. Oh God.
I'm sure racism will be brought in here because they're white cops.
Yep. Cuffs were too tight.
And here they go. They're being deboarded. There you go. Oh my
this
God.
is not optional, folks. Let me reiterate this. If this is their policy or if this is a federal aviation law, whatever category this falls under, if you end up with one of those seats, you will have one of and we've all been in that situation where we've heard the speech and they're going through their song and their dance. Do you adhere to blah, 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 blah? And if you say no, well, then you have to give up your seat to somebody else. I've never drawn that seat, by the way.
What?
Where if you're in that one seat, you have to be like the captain and help people with, You know, everything that she refused to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
My
know what
wife
you're
always books my flights for me. And I'll be damned if I'm not always back in like row 34, by the way, which also steams me up. I got to go all the way to the back, which means I'm the last one to get off.
You've never booked your own flight?
No. No.
Dawn?
No comment.
I just download the app. I follow the instructions. I check in, and I get a Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
By the way, I have more, but we're a little behind on breaks. Can we take a real quick break and come back and do more?
So you want to do cut sheet part 2 in the 8 o'clock hour?
Yeah, because
Ooh,
we need to get in a few words here before. I have a lot of good stuff coming up. RFK Jr.
Oh, beautiful.
Jeff Van Drew says that Trump, there is a possibility that Trump is turning New Jersey red this year. I have that coming up next, too.
Okay. Well, look forward to your commentary on that.
That'd be nice.
855-839-1210, the number. We'll step aside, as they say in the industry, and pay some bills. And then cut sheet part 2 earlier than expected as we continue. Back after this.
Got to talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've done beautiful work in my home. I love all the work they've done. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. And I've talked a lot about Mike and Mark Chapman starting their business locally, Chester County, some 30 years ago, celebrating 30 years in business and a celebrated award-winning business, no less. You might not think of Chapman right away when you're maybe looking at stucco remediation or some new siding. I would trust nobody else with this critically important investment in your home. These certified Chapman installers are the very professionals you definitely want on this job. Also want to maybe get in your head updating this with James Hardy Plank. So think about that update, James Hardy Plank. It's gorgeous. Vinyl siding, that's going to add value and beauty to your home. Get this on the calendar now so you get the ball rolling for your new siding project for 2024 or whatever you may need. So think Chapman. Give them a call. Text them right now. They're like-minded. They're listening. 610-431-8898. I actually owe Denise a phone call because she's we were talking about Mother's Day and texting back and forth. You can take a virtual tour online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Look at all the before and afters, the front doors, the James Hardy Plank, which you can check out, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Please let them know Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 8:31 Tuesday morning as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So many good things to get to in just a little bit. Two stories further illustrating what a scam DEI hires truly are. Also, paying with your face. Get ready for that, folks, as we have gone from cash to checks to debit cards to credit cards to apps to Apple Cash, all these things on your phone. And now, pretty soon, you will be able to pay with your beautiful or perhaps ugly face, depending on who you are. So we'll give you those details coming up in just a little bit. I've got some numbers here for Stalker coming up in just a moment. But Greg's got so much audio.
So much.
That we're going to get back to, we'll call this, I don't know, Cut Sheet 1.5?
Cut Sheet 1.5 sponsored by United Tire. If you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Nick, you had a statistic earlier about, because Joe Biden said that police are hunting black people on the streets, right?
Yes.
And you had a stat about crimes.
Multiple stats in the big take.
I don't know if you still have that or not, but Representative Cori Bush says in a video that she released that police killing black people is responsible for 50 million additional days of poor mental health days per year.
50 million days.
I think it's 50 million. Maybe it's 50,000. I don't know. 50,000. Whatever.
That's a hell of a vacation pack.
This is Cut 16, Phil. Go.
Police killings of unarmed black people are responsible for more than 50 million additional days of poor mental health days per year.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea what that means. I'm actually going to pull the stats out of the trash can here. You ever see a guy dig through a trash can on radio before?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see him dig through a trash can.
Yeah. So
sorry, I should have given you the heads up.
No, that's fine. Here you go. This is courtesy of national-conservative.com/interracial-homicides. The 2024 interracial homicide chart shows us that 60% of the time the victim is white. 17% of the time, the victim is either American Indian, Middle Eastern, Latino, or Pacific Islander. Only 16% of the time, the victim is black. The suspect stats, 61% of the time, the suspect is black. 23% of the time, the suspect is Latino or Middle Eastern. And 11% of the time, the suspect is white. This also comes after we cited that Harvard study from an African-American man who did the police targeting minorities statistical breakdown from 2016. And you'll remember after he gave his findings, he was vilified and he was ridiculed because people can't accept facts and stats and they just run with feelings and narratives, which basically debunked the theory that police target minorities at a disproportionate rate, which the Harvard study concluded, by a black man leading the study, that it was not true. But you keep reading, the Inquirer.
Well, I want to know this because, not a lot of people talk about black-on-black crime.
Well, that doesn't matter in the media. It only matters when there's a certain suspect that fits a certain demographic, and the perp fits a certain demographic.
Well, I would agree that there is a crisis amongst African American youth killing one another.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree that that is something that needs to be addressed, but you should look at the statistics of that rather than the white cop killing an unarmed black person.
Right, but that's not going to work for Cori Bush's agenda. That's not what she got elected on. So,
am I out of line for saying that, Dawn?
No, it's not politically correct,
Yeah.
nor will you ever see this issue being raised.
Mhm.
And that's why when we have all of these, my God, especially children and teenagers being slaughtered on the streets of Philadelphia, Krasner will come out, talk about the guns, which is legit. There are too many illegal guns and these ghost guns that are getting in the hands of these kids, but nobody brings up the fact of that this is gang and or drug related, usually both, number one. Number two, that it's so-called black-on-black crime, never will happen. But if indeed there's a white police officer involved with somebody in the so-called brown or black community, national headlines.
National headlines.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, in that photo, in that video, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the subscribe and like button. I think we're like, Anthony, if you can text me and let me know exactly how many subscribers we're away from 6,000. I think we're like a dozen or so. Seriously.
By the way, more donations just came in as well.
Oh.
We're 14 cents shy of 4,500.
Somebody is messing with me.
Yep.
Kale.
I like it.
Somebody's messing with me.
Take that.
Can somebody please donate 14 cents to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation? Just go to gregstockersucks.com and please donate that 14 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's going to donate 15 cents now just to spite me. I know this.
I know.
I know this audience.
Yes, you do.
Moving on to Cut 20 here, Phil. Former Senator Claire McCaskill was at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics speaking, and she said that there's a level of panic from Dems wondering why the polls are tied. They still don't get it, do they? They really don't get it.
Well, everything they're throwing is just not working.
Yes.
It's like Carville said. They're throwing spaghetti at the wall and nothing sticks.
Amen. Cut 20, Phil. Go.
I am still at the point when I walk through the grocery store, people come up to me and grab my hand and say, we're going to be okay, aren't we? He won't win, will he? They won't let him back in the Oval Office, will they? So I do think there is a level of panic out there because some people who look at all the facts and circumstances go, wait a minute, how could this be tied? Right? How could this be tied after everything that has occurred?
Nothing in the courts has really materialized. In fact, it's totally backfired on them. Now, it still doesn't mean that Joe Biden will not. It doesn't mean that Biden's going to lose. The polls are what they are. They're snapshots in time, and they've been highly inaccurate the last couple of years. But I think Americans are just looking at it from the standpoint of, I've made up my mind already. You're not going to convince me one way or the other. This might go down as one of the most stubborn, uninfluenceable, I don't even know if that's a word.
It's not, but it's cool.
I just made that up on the fly. Elections of all time, right?
Is that Claire McCaskill?
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah. She's just go away.
Yeah. I agree.
Jeez.
It's just the main point of this, though, is that they really, people always, the media narrative is always the, conservatives living in a bubble. And by the way, some of them do. But the liberals and the Democrats live in a big bubble as well.
Oh, of course.
Where they think that everybody are these latte-sipping New York, everybody reads the New York Times and everybody is like, well, but when democracy is on the line, clearly people will vote this way. No, that's not how it happens.
That's right.
People are looking at their pocketbook saying, hey, you know what? I had 25% more cash 4 years ago than I do now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's people, there's this disconnect there with
Yes. And by the way, if you're missing 25% of what you used to have, go take that 25% back however you'd like, whether it's legal or illegal, and just cite the Michael Cohen defense.
Remember, she's the one who was busted for using the taxpayer money for the private plane, and she had to write a check for I forget, like $100,000 or a little bit less, whatever, around $100,000, because she basically stole from the taxpayers. I've enough. Who? Why?
Just say it, Dawn. Just say shut up.
Just shut it, lady.
There you go.
Sorry. Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. we don't need decorum on this program.
We have pretty much, but here's somebody who basically that was an embarrassing situation, and then she kind of just went away. And
And by the way, as much as I dislike Biden and as painful as grocery shopping is for me, I don't actually go up to people in the grocery store and say, "Hey, Bill, aisle 3, you don't really think Joe's going to win again, do you?" Like, I'm sorry, I just don't have political conversations in the grocery store.
Oh, you don't?
No. I mean, I like to talk to the guys.
I'm going to bring you. I want you to come.
Oh no.
To my because.
If you and I went grocery shopping together and we filmed it, it would break the internet.
It would be fun.
It would be amazing.
They're listening. So the people who work there, the people like the regulars, because I have these growing boys who are eating me out of house and home. So, but I do have the conversations because but it's sparked by the fact that
perspective is a great thing to have, and I need to keep perspective of. I have 2 girls, one who only eats a small amount. Olivia she could eat a half of a Caesar salad. She's good till Thanksgiving, right? And then I got the other one, Mia, who she wakes up and she's thinking about what's for dinner already, right? But I got to keep in mind that you have 2 boys, big boys, athletes that are probably knocking back 2,500 calories a day.
Yeah.
So when I complain about my grocery bill, I will keep you in mind.
It's like I'll make a head. You know what I mean? It's like, what happened to that big, huge thing of chicken that I roasted, or all that huge pasta or the tortellini? What happened to that? Oh, I ate that for breakfast. What?
Does Larry eat like he has a tapeworm too?
Yeah.
He does.
They're all like Greg Stocker. They're all like 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
And they just eat what they want.
Right. Although Stocker eats relatively clean. What did you say last week? You double dip sushi? You go twice a week? You eat fish twice a week?
Yeah.
Which is good.
That's a good job out of you.
Yeah.
That's solid.
I mean, it's those poke bowls.
Oh, I can't get enough of those.
That's my jam, man.
A local spot in Blue Belt's so.
Yeah. I have a guy.
You have a guy?
You got a guy.
My sushi guy is he's the man.
Yeah. Do you pay him in cash in little brown bags?
I'm not gonna out him, but I might.
Yeah.
He makes things specially for me.
Yeah.
Nice.
What's so special about it? A little extra tuna?
Well, he knows I like it spicy.
So do I.
So he makes it as spicy as he possibly can for me.
I go sriracha and wasabi mayo.
Yeah.
Yum.
Yeah.
You ought to see the sweat just pouring off the dome as I'm eating it.
It's so good.
It's amazing.
Claire McCaskill's estimated net worth, $60 million.
Yeah, same here.
Wow.
Yeah.
It really pays to be. It's unbelievable.
And you wonder why these people, they don't want term limits.
Nope.
And they want to just be around until they're 90.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good gig if you can get it.
I guess I can save the rest for part 3. If
I did all this homework during the break with your New Jersey thing.
Oh, let's do it.
New Jersey.
Yeah, let's do that.
You want to play that?
Of course I do. I did all this homework during. Well, if you did homework, Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop you.
Yeah, I've done my homework
for this.
Pay attention, kids. Doing your homework pays off.
All right. Congressman, New Jersey Congressman Jeff Andrew was on Fox News over the weekend, and he says it's definitely possible on Donald Trump turning New Jersey red this year.
Okay.
This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Congressman, it was last weekend that the president had the big rally in New Jersey. You were there. He said that he wants to turn New Jersey red this year. He thinks that New Jersey is in play. Is that possible?
Well, it's definitely possible. And let's just think about what happened last weekend. We had the largest political rally in the history of New Jersey ever. Over 100,000 people were there. Yep. I mean, it was spectacular. And you know what was wonderful about it too, John? No violence, no fighting, no heavy drinking. It was just good Americans, good New Jerseyans, and some Pennsylvanians and Delawareans as well who love the United States of America, that wanted to celebrate hopefully what will be a great day on the first Tuesday of November when we return our country to basic good values.
Well,
All right. I will let Stalker shoot from the hip. I will try to have some of the measured, nuanced, statistical-driven analysis here. Which would you like first, folks?
Well, let me just say this, and then you go. Okay. I just want to say that the Trump campaign, Donald Trump, Republicans should concentrate on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia.
Agreed.
And forget everything else. You win 2 of those, you win the election. The end. The end.
Assuming you take Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, yes. Then if you take 2 of those 3, or if you sweep those and you get 1 of those 3, yes, you're right. Let me just give you 3 different sets of numbers here with New Jersey, and we're going to throw in New York as well. Let's go back. This is the Trump era of Republican politics. Let's go to 2016, general election. Trump versus Hillary, 2016, New Jersey. Hillary got 55.4% of the vote to Trump's 41 and change. That was about a 14-point advantage for Hillary. She had about 500,000 more votes, 2.1 million to about 1.6 million and change for Trump, okay? Then in 2020 in New Jersey, Joe Biden got 57% of the vote to Trump's 41%. Trump stayed flat, 2.6 million to 1.8 million. It's about a 800,000 vote difference and a 16-point difference. So 16, 14, let's just call it right in the middle, about a 15-point advantage for Democrats. New York in 2016, Hillary v. Trump. Hillary got 59%, Trump got 37%, about a 1.7 million vote difference, 22-point difference. About the same thing in 2020, Biden 5.2 million to Trump's 3.2, 61% to 38%, about a 23-point difference. So we'll say 22% in New York, 15% in New Jersey in the last 2 general elections. I don't think either are in play based on those numbers. New Jersey, you would look percentage-wise, statistically, more likely, even though I don't think it's very likely at all, but more likely than New York. Until you look at, and I know our buddy Sean Farish has mentioned this, and I wanted to get these stats as well. This is the third little bit of stats here, if your heads haven't exploded already.
Yes.
2022, the 2022 gubernatorial election, Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin. This, to me, is maybe the moment where Republicans say, maybe New York is more likely than we thought. Kathy Hochul just edged out Lee Zeldin 53% to 47%. 3.1 million votes to 2.8 million votes. It's only 300,000 votes. And in the last 2 years, I mean, is it possible that 300,000 people might vote differently? It's possible. Again, I agree with you. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Hell, Pennsylvania probably decides the whole thing. If you want to go at the most micro level, Bucks County could decide the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
Kellyanne Conway has been out there. She has been out there saying that Trump is growing his base. She has been out there saying that Biden and the Democrats are losing minorities. That's why they're in the Bronx this week. Mm-hmm. And people are saying, why is he in the Bronx? Why does he think of New York? Why does he think of New Jersey? Because their strategy is, when you look at, I'll give you another example, Georgia. If they lose, if the Democrats lose, I saw a stat, if the Dems lose 1% of the minority vote, they lose Georgia. All these states are in play because the margins are so slim. Every single vote matters.
I agree wholeheartedly with every vote matters. And I'm not saying you should punt on New Jersey or New York. But to me, when I've got Kamala Harris, she's back here again today. Mm-hmm. You know, I would just like to see, look, if you want to go to New York or New Jersey for a rally in Wildwood or to the Bronx, I've got that. But not at the expense of the winnable swing states, not at the expense of what will determine this election. That's why I said 2 hours ago, if it was me, Trump, whoever his VP is, Eric, Don Jr., Laura, I would be camped out and have residency in these 3 big swing states.
Agreed.
Just because it's not rocket science to figure out what's going to determine this election. You know, it's like a football game. Well, it comes down to turnovers and getting after the quarterback.
Agreed.
Well, why are you going to spend time working on your secondary? Focus on the things that I think will win you the game. Again, it's not to say that you shouldn't do a Bronx rally. It's not to say that, look, I think everything, as I've said for weeks on this show, you can't leave any I undotted, any T not crossed. Make sure you're buttoned up everywhere, But I think when you look at what's out there realistically, allocating your resources for the 3 or 4 states that really matter should take precedence. That's what I'm saying.
The strategy I see, and what they learned from the Democrats before is the Democrats take a whole lot of people for granted. And so at the end of the day, there were people, and I mentioned, I think yesterday or last week about Wisconsin. Remember that? People were mad when Hillary Clinton did not go to Wisconsin. They were like, she didn't even come here. So I think that part of the strategy is if he can do some of these rallies and go to places where people go, dang, Trump was here. I mean, this Bronx rally, it's only going to have maybe 3,500 people that fit into the venue. But I think symbolically, I do think it's huge. The fact that you have Hispanic and African Americans in the Bronx saying, no, we don't like the direction things are going in. And by the way, who was the other one? Cardi B came out. Yeah. Remember her?
I saw that. She's not going to endorse Joe.
No, she's mad. Because guess what? She's in business. And she's like a lot of business people. She's a wealthy business. She's saying,
But guys, these people aren't going to vote for... Cardi B is not voting for Trump. Like, yes, I understand everybody saying, well, let's take these anecdotal things and say it's going to represent all the black community. Like
nothing does.
Just
but
because they're not voting for Biden doesn't mean they're going to vote for Trump.
Psychologically, I think if you start now saying, I don't take your vote for advantage and I would be honored to have your vote, please take a second look at me. I look, all you have to do in some of these states is swing at 1%. I mean, by the way, Kellyanne Conway, I think she's a pretty smart cookie.
She is super smart.
Right?
Yes.
Look at what she did in 2016. Nobody thought it would be done. So I'm just quoting a lot of the things she said.
MGM guy says, "Why is Stalker such a wet rag?" I'm just telling you my opinion, and like I could blow I could blow smoke up your what, and tell you everything is sunshine and roses, but like that's what gets. Like that's what turns into red waves, and then people saying, "Oh, what happened? What must have happened?" I'm just telling you all scenarios, and I'm telling you that if you get out of this echo chamber, what other people are saying. That's all I'm doing.
My gut feeling is this is going to be just a rerun of 2022 and 2020. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be, I didn't take advantage of mail-in ballots. I don't trust mail-in ballots, which, okay, I got you. I mean, there's a lot of things I question about it as well. But if you don't learn and if you don't make the mistakes, if you don't correct the mistakes, I mean, so basically, on November 8th, 2024, if Joe Biden wins, I'm going to hear it was a rigged election, mail-in ballots, or blah, 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 and the red wave never came, blah, 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 blah. And so we're just going to repeat the same radio show we've been doing for the last 4 years? How much vacation time do I have stored up? Can I just take off until February 2026?
You haven't been here long enough, my friend. So you're as far as vacation time.
But
goes, you're the low man on the totem pole.
I know. But I like working. I can't keep myself focused on anything but work. But this is the thing, and you make a great point. Like, stop living in these little bubbles. And I'm guilty of it as well. Like, I make that mistake once or twice a week on social media where I get caught up in something. Now, I do think that the black vote is going to be significantly higher. I think it will be north of 20%.
Oh, my God.
With Trump.
Come on, dude. Really?
Well, it was gone from 6 to 12.
You know who?
I think 22%.
Let me just say a very unpopular thing, because that's what I do. You know who determines the black vote? And I hate this. I hate that we put people in categories. I don't do this. I'm just telling you the media narrative.
Okay.
Who determines the black vote is black females, not black males.
Is that true?
If you look at the percentage
I didn't know that.
of males versus females in the African American community who vote, more black females vote than black males. So all these guys can come out and say, I'm voting for Trump. Will they really? I don't know. You know what I mean? When it really comes down to it, will they actually go in the voting booth, pull the ballot? No. You know who comes out? Black females. You know who supports Joe Biden? Black females. Just telling you.
That's true.
You think black females are bothered, obviously, then I assume by Roe v. Wade 2 years ago. So that's going to work as a net negative for Trump.
I don't know what it is, but I'm just saying that, like, this microcosm of, Kwame Brown and these, 15 people on TikTok that are just like 50 Cent and Snoop Dogg and all these guys, like, when it really comes down to it, will they really vote for Trump? Probably not.
Yeah. Guys like Michael Rappaport. It's on the table.
It's not.
It's on the table.
Not. Michael Rappaport is scamming everybody, by the way. Not scamming everybody. Like, I'm not saying that he's doing anything illegal. I'm just telling you that he's doing this for clicks.
And by the way, too, there was a lot of people yesterday outside to see Trump as he left in the motorcade. And you talk about like rallies or people showing up in New York. At the end of the day, too, keep this in mind, and I think this is the truth. Just because there's 250 people or 700 people or 2,000, whatever that number is, I don't know. I didn't freeze the video and count. But that doesn't mean that they're all voting for Donald Trump. Newsflash, Americans love celebrities. And people just want to say, hey, I got to see Donald Trump come out of the courtroom in New York City. Doesn't mean for sure that they're going to vote for Trump, because everybody just loves to take out their phone and snap a picture and post it and say, I was there on April 27th, the day Donald Trump came out of court for day number 3. It's not an indicator that they're voting for the guy.
And again, we really have to break. But again, will the amount of black voters go up for Trump? It absolutely will. And I've said this before, all you need is a sliver here, a sliver here, a sliver there, just pulling from all these different voting blocks, and he wins the election. So it doesn't matter if it's 15 or 20%. If he takes enough from each voting block, he wins.
Yeah.
So,
For what it's worth, I'll wrap up with this. I've got the latest 7 swing states. I've got the Electoral College number and the betting market, so polling and betting market. Real Clear Politics polling average of all of the polls combined. Trump +7 in Nevada, +6 in Arizona, +6 in Georgia, +5 in Carolina, +4 in Michigan, +2 in PA, plus a point in Wisconsin, which would give him an electoral victory of 312 to 226, if those are accurate, which I don't think they are. And then the betting market has Trump up 10 points, that according to Polymarket odds. So take that, as I always say, with my Nick Kayal legal disclaimer, with a grain of salt. Actually, the whole jug of salt, the whole can of iodized salt, table salt, Himalayan salt, whatever salt you want.
All right, we really have to break.
Yes, we do. All right, coming up next, let's have some fun. Top names for newborns in 2024.
Yes.
I vote for Mateo.
Oh, no.
Back after this.
We got to talk about my friends at QC Kinetics. And I'm getting so much feedback from you as far as how QC Kinetics has changed your life or been a game changer in your life, letting you get out and enjoy the beautiful weather, enjoy the spring, and looking forward to this summer. If you're tired of those achy joints, just please, will you do this today? Call my friends at QC Kinetics, and certainly before you agree to something invasive like surgery or steroids or those medications. That's what tens of thousands of real-life patients around the nation and around our region have done, and I love hearing your stories. Abby, she was in constant back pain, nonstop rounds of painkillers, steroids, ice packs, even gravity chairs. Abby tried everything, and then just called my friends at QC Kinetics and used Abby's own natural biologics to treat that horrible, aggravating pain. Today, Abby says she's feeling good, like a person who's never suffered with back pain. Just think of that for a moment. If you suffer with back pain, what that would feel like. QC Kinetics at the top of their game. National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, who I've talked so much about, pioneer in this field, more than 2 decades of clinical work. Tons of research. Check them out. Publishing, teaching. I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get that lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, and that consultation is free. 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
As John Fetterman said, 95, 95, 95, 95. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour on this Tuesday morning. Going to be a scorcher today. Put your SPF 10 million on, folks, or Dawn will scold you.
Yes.
Michael wears his sunblock.
Oh, of course. It's Melanoma May.
It is. It's a Melanoma May, baby. Lube up and prevent those rays from hurting you. 855-839-1210. SPF 30 is the number for me.
Just always go higher.
Yeah,
like,
what's the 50?
Yeah.
No, not doing it.
Nobody even knows what it means, but just go as high as you can,
and always remember to reapply.
Yes. Go as high as you can and reapply.
Right. Just like when you try to get a job here with 1210 and Stalker ghosts you, just always reapply.
That's right.
One day you'll knock down that door. We got a lot of good stuff to get to. Dawn's Big Three in less than 20 minutes. The Morning Mystery movie clip. Also a biometric breakthrough where you will soon be paying with your face.
Oh, boy.
These details courtesy of CNBC coming up in just a few moments.
I hate this.
I hate that idea as well. But I do like some of these names that are coming out. We've had a lot of serious conversation this morning on heavy topics. CNN releasing, according to them, and this is actually from the Social Security Administration. The top baby names of 2023 have been compiled.
Yeah.
And I mentioned and teased it a little bit earlier that Mateo is on the rise. I've got some of these names here in a moment, but Mateo made it into the boys' top 10 list for the first time ever, becoming the 6th most popular boy's name in 2023.
In the USA?
In the USA, yep, according to the United States Social Security Administration, edging Benjamin off the list. Quote, Mateo had a huge jump. The fact that Mateo went from 11 to 6 in 2023 is insane, says Sophie Kim, editor-in-chief of the baby name website Nameberry. We don't see these kind of jumps up the charts too often. Also, some other names include Liam and Olivia, which is one of my daughters. But we were doing it before Olivia was very cool and popular.
Okay.
Did that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're trendsetters here in my family. That's what we do. But let me give you some of these names here for the top 10, which is interesting. And let's just go through these and see if we like these names.
Yeah.
All right, so here you go. Number one is, my internet's really slow. Okay, number one is Liam. You like that name?
Yeah.
Eh?
It's a nice name.
It's not bad.
It's fine.
It's solid.
Yeah.
Number two is Noah. I like Noah. Noah. Noah.
Yeah.
No?
I like Noah.
You like
Yeah.
Noah. Okay.
Is there any you're not gonna like, Dawn? That's what we should actually take bets on. If there's any that Dawn doesn't like.
My advice is always never discuss. Whatever you're naming your baby, just name your baby. Don't have the discussion. Don't tell the rest of the family. Just say, here is, whatever. Here's Noah.
Here's our gender neutral suggestion.
We had if my son was going to be a girl, my wife and I had a name that I'm not going to say, but we had a name like a girl's name picked out, and our families all just pretended that we, because you could tell they all hated it. So they all pretended like, oh, Dylan's such a nice name. Oh, Dylan's such a nice name. They would never comment on the female name. Ever.
Yeah. I like Dylan. Solid name.
Yeah, solid.
We had, once we found out it was twin girls, we had two sets of names figured out. If they were girls, we were going to go Olivia and Mia, which obviously that's the way it played out. If it was boys, it was going to be Mason and Jackson. And I think for the most part, it was accepted across the board. Number three, Oliver. Yeah. I'm not
Ollie?
Yeah.
Ollie?
Not an Oliver fan. Dawn, you like Oliver?
I like Oliver.
I do, because I'm thinking of all the people I know named Oliver,
Okay.
my kids' friends.
By the way, if you have kids named, this is not a slight at you. We're
That's
just
just it.
we're just commenting on,
These are all wonderful names.
all wonderful, yes.
All right, so I'll just rip off the 10 boys' names, Dawn. You just tell me if there's one that you hate. Liam, Noah, Oliver, James, Elijah, William, Henry, Lucas, Benjamin, Theodore. Good old Teddy.
I have a nephew, Theodore.
Okay.
Here we go.
Top 10 baby girl names.
Yes.
Number 1, Olivia. Number 2, Emma. Number 3, Charlotte. Number 4, Amelia, which is my my sister's newborn daughter. Sophia, Isabella, Ava, Mia is number 8. Evelyn, and Luna.
Evelyn. Wow, that's like an old school, like that, that's like a boomer era name. You know what I mean?
Very boomerish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't see like a lot of the old, like, there was a time when there was like names that were popular, like Ethel.
That's what I said earlier in the show when we got an email from Lou.
And
whatever happened to Lou?
And Gladys. And like names like that you don't hear a lot anymore. You know what I mean? Like they were very defining of a time.
Yeah.
But I suspect immigration, the fact that you have Mateo, that immigration in the United States, as opposed to, my boys are Michael and David. You know what I mean?
Yep.
By the way,
Michael for years was the number one name.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't you surprised that Michael is not in the top 10?
So I'm kind of glad.
A little bit, yeah.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Just so Patrick.
But, and to your point, Dawn, with immigration, Mateo is Spanish for the gift of God. There you go.
I think that you will see, because who's having babies? In the Hispanic community, they're the number one group of individuals who are having big families and having babies.
I would say the question is, who can afford to have kids these days? And why would you go through it?
But
expensive.
I would say a lot of Hispanics and many of the immigrants coming here, the philosophy is not that. It's just we're in America. We've come to America to have a better life, and part of it is faith driven, that they have a belief in family.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say something unpopular.
Well, you do that like 8 times a day.
I know. Is it just me, or are these boys' names a little wimpy?
A little beta?
Yeah, Noah.
A little bit.
Like
a little bit.
Mateo.
I mean, you might have a Noah who's a type A alpha, but a little beta sounding. I agree.
There's no weightlifter or football player named Liam, is there?
And not to my knowledge.
I'm just saying.
We need rugged names like Greg.
I'm not even calling out my own name. I'm just saying that these names seem a little.
Not a lot of Gregs these days, I would argue.
No.
That really died off. What, maybe 30 years ago?
Gregory.
Steve, yeah.
Steven.
I think Matthew will always be a popular name because of the Bible. John, Luke is kind of cooled off a little bit,
but none of them made the top 10 though.
No,
you know.
Yeah. Well, everybody wants something unique these days.
Somebody asked on the YouTube chat about Muhammad.
Sorry.
I wanted to name Michael Moses. Moses Menti.
Oh, can you
Moses
imagine?
Menti.
Dawn, thank the Lord you didn't.
What they would call him Mo, probably.
Yeah.
No.
Then you come out of the womb and say, "We're going to win this series in faux."
I love that.
What is he, Amish?
I love, or Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Because, but I love the name. I do. I love the name Moses.
That's a
Should have named. Speaking of the Amish, you should have named your boy Seamus.
Seamus, that's a great name.
Seamus Stensland.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I feel there's a lot of these names are a little, wimpy.
I agree. I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think there's a famous story, you can look it up. Back in the day, it's a famous. It was Johnny Carson back in the day would make fun of Bruce, the name Bruce. And then somebody wrote to him
Bruce
and
is
said,
totally
"I get
underrated.
my kid gets teased or something of that." And I'm probably brutal. I taught this in my journalism class, like the effect of media and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
He read the letter on it. He apologized and said, "I'll never do that again." He felt awful. But it's true that when you make fun of a name and then it only takes some guy or gal who comes across and says, "What's wrong with my name? It's a great name."
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I always say, no matter what, with your kid, like with you, if you had the girl Greg Stalker and named her Rosalita or whatever, go for it. Because when they see that baby, when the grandparents see little Rosalita, they're not going to care about the name.
I don't care. I could have cared less. I couldn't care less. Could care, whatever the phrase is.
Couldn't.
What people would have thought if we would have named it whatever we did. I don't care.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, if you like the name Liam, great. You know what I mean? Like no, I'm just saying that it's a little,
Yeah. Kind of sounds like a dog name, doesn't it?
Liam.
No.
Baby boy names and are starting to sound doggish.
No.
We name him Buddy.
Buddy is the number one name. Sorry, I pooped on the rug again.
I need to meet Buddy. All right. We mentioned how kids
meet Buddy, go shopping together.
Yes. Bring Buddy with you to the grocery store. He'll be your ESA. He's your emotional support animal. Yeah, right. Right? So the cost of kids, we just mentioned, and why the hell you'd have them. Because nowadays, maybe you can pay for a kid by scanning your face. This story is remarkable. And I'm scared of it. I don't like it one bit. I think most of our audience will agree with that. According to CNBC, in a biometric breakthrough year, you may soon be able to pay with your face. Biometric payment options are becoming more common in the United States now, such as Apple Face ID enabling app purchases and Amazon's introduction of pay by palm technology in stores, and financial firms from JP Morgan to MasterCard are embracing the technology. Geez, surprise. Some U.S. restaurant chains have also started letting patrons pay by face, an option that is already common in Asia, powered by Alipay. While privacy is a concern, there's nothing new in the tech world, and Juniper Research forecasts a $3 trillion mobile biometric industry with payments starting in 2025. So less than a year away from this. And we talked earlier when I teased this story Like if you have an iPhone, do you still use the passcode to get into it, or do you do the facial recognition? I still do the passcode.
Good for you.
But I got to tell you, I don't have Apple Pay. I don't have the Apple Wallet. I don't do any virtual payments other than I do use Venmo from time to time to pay like our fantasy football fees, because we all live all throughout the East Coast of the United States in my fantasy football league. But this to me is once again more of the government tracking you, knowing way too much information.
The government already has this information, guys.
But that's why I do it, because I feel like I always say I'm polluted. They've got all the information.
100%.
But for your kids, that's why I do think for little kids, you're talking about baby names.
Yeah.
It's almost like with sunscreen and me and the umbrella, like holding, to try to keep my kids from getting sunburned by the age of 5. As long as you can not expose your children's faces or image or identity, just hold off as long as you can.
There's a reason you don't see my son on the
Yep,
internet.
smart.
No, you're right. And it's great to keep them off as long as possible. But I'm just thinking about some of the, I guess, the security concerns for personal information. We now live in this world with artificial intelligence. I mean, what happens? Let's think about theft for a moment. We already have credit card theft. There's also this concern nowadays, and it doesn't enter my mind often. But just a couple of days ago when I was getting gas and I went into the ATM at the Wawa because I wanted to take out cash, and Wawa will never charge you the surcharge if you don't use, I think the Wawas are through PNC.
Yeah. Right, but your bank may still charge you. You know that, right?
I have Citizens, but they don't charge me. So I'm good with that. And because going to the Citizens is a little bit out of my way. And I'm always worried now about when I put my card in, if there's that little reader that's going to read my card from a scam standpoint.
If you tap it.
Yeah.
Tap it instead.
And now what happens with artificial intelligence? Is somebody going to take an image of your face and distort it with AI to the point where they're committing financial fraud? That's the stuff that I'm concerned about. This seems like they sell it as a convenience, right? And everything you can just do with the tap of an app and everything with your phone. And what happens? All of these companies, JP Morgan, MasterCard, they're all profiting. They've all done the analytics and the metrics that says, well, in another 18 months, this is going to be a bazillion-dollar industry. I just think in this, surveillance world that we live in, where we're always under the, the guise of being, cameras and video everywhere, this to me is, again, another step. I actually think the ultimate end goal here, cashless society.
Oh, you are 100% correct.
Yeah.
Because they do not want cash anymore.
Of course, because it's harder to track.
But the beauty of this is that, like in Philadelphia, when they tried to do that, all the people came forward and said, "Well, this is not inclusive because you're excluding the Black and brown community and poorer folks who can't get a credit card or whatever." I thought that was awesome, so they had to shut it down.
Yep. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back. Morning Mystery Movie Clip and a Big 3 on the way as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehotTubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with zero-down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, Get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tom Herr, and this is Susan Herr, Norvon, Pennsylvania.
Being with Crash Proof is like being in a big family. We know there's a lot of other people out there just like us, and everyone's very happy.
Yeah, they're not sad.
They're not sad. I mean, we come in and we know our money's safe and it's continuing to grow.
The Crash Proof system is fighting inflation for us. When prices do go up, we still have income coming in. And with the Crash Proof system, we made just under 7%. Even though we're using money, we're still making more money. And at the end, we have more money than we started with.
We have those resources to make our life and retirement much more comfortable.
And we can sleep at night.
Yes, definitely.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go, shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is Kayal Company music playlist all week. Our buddy Peter McKeon, second straight year, Highlight Electric, Clifton Heights, PA, commandeering the musical controls all 5 days this week. Big donation to the Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. And Stalker says, I'll give up all control for the right price.
Of course I will.
And he has.
Yep. Peter
McKeon. So if you like the music, patronize him. If you don't like the music, just be quiet. It was for a good cause. But that. 855-839-1210. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll also get to Cut Sheet Part 12 in a little bit as well.
For 12. There's so much.
There was so much, and there's still more to come. But right now, it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Come on, watch your wing! Hey, Hanrahan! Hanrahan! Cover the point! Cover the point! Come on, Mo! Get it to him! Along the floor! Nail him! Nail him!
Easy one.
Hanrahan! Suzanne! Out of there, will you?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Anthony, you are fired.
Another easy one. If you don't know that, I can't help you. But if you do, I certainly can, because you will get a pair of tickets. Once again, back-to-back days to see James Taylor at the Mann Center in Philadelphia, coming up on August 30th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12, 855-839-1210.
Screaming Eagle on the YouTube chat wants to know, how do we donate money for the playlist? So let me do something.
Okay.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to do this, but I'm the boss, so what the hell. If you donate, Screaming Eagle, if you donate $500 right now to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, all you have to do is go to GregStockerSucks.com, GregStockerSucks.com, donate $500. I will give you the playlist next week. $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All money goes to the Families Behind the Badge. Donate $500 there right now, and you will get the playlist next week.
Okay. And if you're not allowed to do that,
I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself.
we'll take care of it. What a day. All right, 9:27. Trump soon to be back in court in a matter of minutes. Mm-hmm. We will keep you updated with that, but let's get to the news. For that, we give you at 9:27 a Dawn Stenzel Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Sponsored by AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, on this fast-moving Philadelphia and national busy news day today for sure. We've talked a lot about Mayor Sherelle Parker. She is saying, get back to work, all Philadelphia municipal employees. No more zooming it in to Center City. The business community rallying around her, applauding the move by Mayor Sherelle Parker. Business leaders, yes, applauding. The unions, the largest municipal unions, saying not so fast. Meantime, Governor Josh Shapiro, who's going to be here in Philadelphia today, he unveiled PA's new state tourism brand, and he's going to be coming through Philadelphia and across the state. The Great American Getaway campaign. He's in an RV and traveling. I'm not making it up. It's the RV tour with the first family to highlight Pennsylvania's best tourist attraction.
Is he picking up Kamala with the RV at the airport?
That would be awesome.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
She'll say, wait, is it an electric RV?
Yeah, I went to school in an electric RV.
I went to school on a school bus.
We all did.
Number 2, and this is our Greg Stocker trigger of the morning.
Oh, God.
Elvis.
Oh, boy.
Elvis Presley's legendary Graceland mansion is on the verge of being sold at a foreclosure auction this week.
Where will all the nudniks go now?
Yeah.
Where will all the mental patients congregate?
Yeah, like my father-in-law when he came down to Nashville in 2021. He goes, I really want to go to Graceland and see Memphis.
Oh, God.
Like, why? It's a hellhole. You might get shot, and it's very hot.
Yeah, Memphis is a S-hole, right?
It is. It is. Some good barbecue, but for the most part, crap.
Yeah.
I've never seen I would love to see it. Now I want to see it even more. But now, I mean, because remember, with everything that had happened, this is a legal battle. Granddaughter Riley Keough, and she's saying this is a big fraud. So this is all going on with the surrounding property. Could be auctioned off to the highest bidder come Thursday.
If I had the money, I would buy it and bulldoze it.
Oh my God,
that is horrible. Well, first of all, why would you bulldoze such a valuable investment?
Oh yes, valuable.
What's it going for? Do we know what the starting price will be?
Well, that's just it. It's the highest bidder.
Okay.
So no matter what they start, I mean, and then will Elon Musk buy it? Will the Chinese buy it? Who's allowed to buy Graceland?
Does it say what it's valued at?
Let me look.
It's got to be millions upon millions of dollars, I would imagine.
It's
especially in today's world.
What would the bidding start? I guess your question is, what would the bidding start at?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I believe you know what? I can't find the dollar amount of what they would start the bidding.
Okay.
So I will investigate that.
Well, I'll start the bidding at 10.
$10.
Millions of dollars. Number 3, you've talked a lot about AI and facial recognition. What about AI as a tool for voice recognition? So ChatGPT unveiling those 5 fictional voice assistants last year. They were named Breeze, Cove, Ember, Juniper, and Sky. But now they're pausing one of those those created voices after criticism and the threat of legal action by actor Scarlett Johansson, because she claims that this is eerily similar to her voice.
Oh.
And so they did pause it because she was, going to sue.
Okay. Well, ChatGPT's definitely left wing. It's probably operated by a MIT grad with plagiarism in their history. So, yeah. All right.
Little poison ivy voice.
What were those 5 names again that you rattled off?
Breeze, Cove, Ember, Juniper, and Sky.
Ugh.
Those are gender-neutral names. Not really.
Or porn names.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
Stripper names.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, why?
Sky.
I mean,
like
why?
The name Sky.
Why go by the name of Stephanie Clifford if you can go by Sky?
Now on the South Stage, please give it up for Juniper.
Juniper takes cash.
It has to be like Jumpin' Juniper or something.
Yeah. 2-song minimum.
We have AMC Take Advantage, Anderson Mechanical Corporation Spring Tune-Up Special. Listeners, you're going to get 15% off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. So if you're listening right now, you can call them, contact them. You get 15% off your spring maintenance. AMContheweb.com, AMContheweb.com. Big 3.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much, Dawn. We've got our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line. Joe is in Springfield, and he's identified the clip. Joe, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
We are well. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
That would be Slapshot.
Slapshot. There you go.
Say that 10 times fast.
Correct. Congratulations, Joe. You've got the tickets for James Taylor at the Man coming up Labor Day weekend, August 30th.
All right, great. Thanks.
You are welcome. There he is. And Dawn's sponsor was AMC. By the way, just quickly here, did you see the story of AMC, the television channel, is now putting on a trigger warning for anytime Goodfellas comes on? It says there's you could be offended due to cultural stereotypes. Please. Yeah.
They should do a spoof.
They should.
Saturday Night Live, that's a skit.
Yep.
Like, yo, you hear what? We're triggering who?
AMC slaps trigger warning on Goodfellas for offensive cultural stereotypes because 34 years later after that movie came out, we still have to remind people that it's not reality.
Oh, my God. What are we doing?
You know, I might boycott AMC this summer. I usually watch it all summer when Jaws is on, and I'll watch Jaws 42 times this summer.
We're rewatching Mad Men.
Yeah.
And there's warnings at the beginning of this may contain something that is historically inaccurate or something that may be offensive to people in this in this time now where it wasn't offensive before.
Yeah.
Drinking and smoking and womanizing.
Mm-hmm. It's cinema, folks. Get
ridiculous.
Over it. It is. All right, coming up next, Cut Sheet Part 11 as we continue here on a Tuesday morning. Kayal and Company, back after this.
We're so appreciative of the Piazza Auto Group. I love Piazza. Everybody in my family turns to Piazza. When you think of this summer, the road trip, maybe this holiday weekend, this long weekend, as we think about the true meaning behind Memorial Day, I want you to think about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles when you think about the big road trip that you're about to make, or just maybe your morning commute or your afternoon commute, making it wonderful. How about luxurious? Think about that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You've seen the car of your dreams, right? I do this all the time. I'm on the Schuylkill. That Mercedes, the Land Rover, Jaguar. For me, it's the Maserati. I love those gray collies. They're beautiful. But the Maserati, what a beautiful thing. BMW, Porsche. I covet these vehicles. Maybe you're at that point, unlike me. I'm not ready to graduate from the Honda Odyssey minivan for Piazza Auto Group just yet. But I dream of the someday. If that someday is today for you, I want you to turn to Piazza. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey, because there's power in Piazza. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together. Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, book a June midweek getaway to my happy place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Stay 3 nights and get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights get you $70 a night. Stay 7 nights and get $80 a night in resort credit. And you can use the resort credits how you want to use them. Food and drinks in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale-watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates, but you gotta book soon because rooms are going fast. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby showers, bridal showers, and so much more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin. She'll help you book your dream event. Book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Imagine outpatient care where all your needs are met in one location. Jefferson Health's Honickman Center is where you'll discover nationally ranked specialty care and more, like patient ambassadors, imaging and lab services, a pharmacy, calming spaces, and valet parking. Designed by patients, for patients. Discover a new level of care, created with you in mind. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company. Broken Hearts, always welcomed here. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Dawn show in 19 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up in about 10. But right now, let's get back to the cut sheet with What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Turn 7. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Turn 7, store closing, liquidation. Turn 7. Thank you, Turn 7, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We've said a lot about Jen Psaki. She's a very, you can like her, not like her. She was a very effective White House spokesperson, right?
Yeah, you stack her up against Karine Jean-Pierre, anybody's effective.
Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Would you consider her a journalist?
No.
No.
Of course not.
Well,
does she have a journalism degree? I don't know, but
I don't know that either.
Either way, she's never really portrayed herself to be one.
Yeah, I don't know if, well, has she portrayed herself to be one?
No.
I don't think so.
Interesting you say that, because in her mind, she is.
Okay.
She told this to Kara Swisher. Cut 23, Phil, Jen Psaki, go.
You switched to journalism, essentially. Would you think you're a journalist? Yes. Okay.
Don't you love the yes and the laughing?
Uh-huh.
One more time.
Yep.
One more time.
You switched to journalism, essentially. Would you think you're a journalist? Yes. Okay.
She majored in English and sociology.
Okay. Wow.
Look, I mean, I'm not a journalist either. Dawn Stenzelin is. Dawn went to school for journalism. You could be a journalist by the education you receive with your major, or maybe you can become a in the field type journalist. We see a lot of these people today, the Meg Brocks of the world or whoever that do journalism. But to me, a lot of these talking heads are not journalists. They might have a journalism degree. Like here, I'll give you a perfect example.
Yeah.
From a sports standpoint, Stephen A. Smith went to school for journalism. He's a journalist. He was a writer for the Inquirer. He covered a team on the beat. Now he's an opinionist. He's a talking head. That's what I do. I'm a talking head. I'm not a journalist. Dawn is a journalist.
I can't believe she considers herself a journalist.
No,
honestly.
No,
I mean, she was the mouthpiece for an administration.
Right.
And again,
which is a great job.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But then you can't claim journalism.
Right. Right. I mean, now let's go back. Kaylee McEnany, Sarah Huckabee Sanders do either have journalism degrees? I don't know. If they do, then they are technically a journalist. They might not be a journalist today, and whether if you're in office like Sarah is, or if you're on Fox hosting a TV show, I think a lot of these people are not journalists in that role, but maybe those two have a journalism degree. I don't know.
All right. This is amusing to me. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days, but it's just amusing to me. Wheel of Fortune. So get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this, because it's visual. So you know how they all have to, roll and then pick letters,
Mm-hmm.
and
of course, RSTLNE.
Everybody knows how Wheel of Fortune works.
Right.
The phrase is, hang on. The phrase is, knock it out of the park.
Knock it out of the park. Okay.
And
right.
if you see this on YouTube, you can see all the letters that they have in. It's pretty. You can tell what it is.
Okay.
And then this is how the woman answered it. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
What?
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's what she said.
No,
didn't
she said knock it out the park.
She didn't say of.
Oh, come on.
No, hey, look, that's the rules.
Yes,
You gotta
English
give
grammar.
Yes, you got to get the grammar jar out.
Knock it out the park.
Right there. There's a two. She skipped two letters. A two-lettered word. Of.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
You're calling shenanigans.
She said, knock it out of the. I mean, she's kind of, you're swallowing the of, but she's saying it's a colloquial saying. Knock it out of the park.
No, Rosie got denied in White Men Can't Jump on Jeopardy.
Come on.
One more time, guys. One more time.
What is the quiche, Alex?
One more time, guys. Cut 10, Phil. One more time. Go.
You missed of.
Come on.
By the way, of is spelled. She got both letters already filled in. The O and the F are there.
Yeah. It's just a colloquial, she's just saying, knock it out. It's like swallow.
No,
come on.
You omitted of.
If I were hosting that show, I would have said, you're right. Ding, ding, you win.
Thank you. Sorry.
Come on.
Dawn, you would have been great hosting that show.
Are you kidding me? People.
You and Larry Bear
killed to do those. Forget Larry Bear.
You could be Vanna. You could be.
Let him get his own gig.
He can get his own show.
He could be Sajak.
I'm teasing. No, come on.
No, it's knock it out of the park, and the word was already provided.
Right,
yes.
The word is there. She clearly sees the word.
Hey.
She's saying it as the colloquial saying, knock it out of the park. I mean, it's just like the swallowing the of.
It's unacceptable.
It needs to be of is in there. Of.
Yes.
It's
by the way, clearly there. It's already on the board.
It's even spelled out.
Yes.
Of.
Here's what Greg Stocker would have told her before she answered.
Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it? Yep. Knock it out the park.
I would have totally said, "You're right."
Yeah, you can't host Jeopardy or
yes,
Wheel
I
of
think
Fortune, then.
On this one we could agree that I'm right.
By the way, the IQ level really dips from 7 to 7:30 p.m. when you go from Jeopardy to Wheel of Fortune.
She's saying it in a colloquial. She's a smart lady. She's just saying it like Like, what if it, what if you have a Southern accent?
It don't matter.
It don't matter. Oh, it don't matter.
Just like on the flight. Rules are rules.
It don't matter.
But he's not playing Wheel of Fortune.
That's right.
You crack me up.
Unbelievable.
Put up a poll, Phil Almquist,
Come
in the last 12 minutes of the show because we have to
She
break
knows
again.
that it's it's clearly up there. She's just having. She's like dunking it. Like she's, you know what I mean? Like she's.
Yeah, and Anne has a very good point, Dawn. How do you know?
Anne?
How do you know she's smart? I mean, come on. Just because she's on.
Because they vet these people. You have to
stop.
Well, whatever.
you
It's
usually gotta be-
colloquial.
you-
I'm giving it to her.
Usually, you're pretty smart to be on Jeopardy.
All right.
To know all those useless information.
All right, we have to break one more time, but let me just say this.
I thought you guys knocked it out of the park that segment.
Put it up on the poll. Should Wheel of Fortune have given it to this lady? Absolutely not.
Stop the steal.
Knock it out the park. Come on. All right.
We need Wheel of
Of is like swallowed. It's a colloquial situation.
It's swallowed.
She
Nick.
swallowed it, which I accept. You want to pound it, you can, and then do like a dry rub.
And then knock it out of the park.
We have to go to break.
Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:53, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Dawn Show coming up top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up 7 minutes out.
Yeah, remember in the 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock hour, we talked about that major story that is brewing with the 9/11 families and survivors taking action, suing Saudi Arabia, DOJ, this administration trying to silence them. I'm so honored to be joined by a 9/11 widow, Terry Strada, right about 10:04. So we'll update with Trump what's going on, fast-moving developments. She says that her husband was murdered. Her youngest son lived in Jersey, 3-year-old child. She's worked for more than 20 years. The revelations she has, this is gripping her story. Please make Terry's mission your mission. Ben Manis, thank you for being flexible. Ben Manis moves to 10:30. Anthony has a stellar show locked in. So we have so much breaking and developing, but this is an important story, the mission of a widow.
All right, 10:04
Yes,
right
sir.
off the top. Looking forward to that as we find out what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Tuesday, May 21st. We celebrate the birthdays of Ronald Isley from the Isley Brothers, Hilton Valentine from the Animals, Stan Lynch, the original drummer for Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, and the Notorious B.I.G. We also lost Nick Menza from Megadeth on this day in 2016. Albums include Soundgarden's Down on the Upside, as well as the Wallflowers Bringing Down the Horse from 96, as well as Saxon's debut in 1979, and yes, they were tremendous earlier this year. Also in 96, Metallica released a single, Until It Sleeps. In 79, Elton John began a tour of Russia. In 81, Bob Marley is buried in Jamaica. And in 83, ZZ Top released the video for Gimme All Your Lovin'. But lastly, it was on this day in 92 that MTV began its downward spiral to be irrelevant as they aired the first episode of The Real World, beginning to shift away from music videos. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
I had no idea The Real World began in 1992. Thought that was like a late 90s thing.
No.
Okay. Good knowledge, Phil. Yep. We appreciate it. Who on Twitter today, Greg?
Who won Twitter?
Marcus Aurelius. He says, Nick, if you can pay by your face and you have plastic surgery, are you guilty of counterfeiting?
Oh,
That's a good
wow.
question.
Good one.
That's
That's
a very
Michael
good
Cohen
question.
that. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure.
Oh, boy.
Nice work, Marcus. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next, less than 10 minutes before a great 9/11 widow joins. We'll look forward to that, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000